You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Wednesday, December 28th, 2022 at around 11 p.m. And we are continuing our marathon playthrough of The Queen's Park Affair, an expansion for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, originally released in 1984. This has been a real test of stamina so far. I thought we might finish in 3 days, but it's clear we are probably going to need to eat this whole week up. And each day I start, gung-ho, ready to go. And by the end of 6 or 7 hours of streaming, it's exhausting. I feel like I'm ready to be committed. But thanks to everyone in the chat, I managed to survive. And by the time I wake up, Anna's worked on the notes, Jonathan's worked on the notes, I've worked on the notes. And as you know, the motto that we use is the detective doesn't solve the case, the notes solve the case. So it helps to work on those notes and refine them. So we've done a little work on the notes, and we'll talk about that in a second. One of the things I was thinking, though, the original plan was to just play this week until we finished the case. After the first 2 streams, I was thinking, maybe we need a break. Maybe we need to, to avoid burning out, maybe we need to take off a day, take off tomorrow. But given that it's going to take us a full week to do this, I'm a little hesitant to do that because it would mean we won't finish on Friday. We'll have to take off for New Year anyway. That'll give us a couple days break anyway. So I think my current thinking is that what we'll do is we'll play the full day today, day 3. We'll play it as normal. And then maybe we'll spend tomorrow or Friday. We still have a stream, but it could be a little shorter, and it might be more of a slow down day and maybe not try to get through a whole day of the game, but rather take a day just to go through cab logs, to go through some of the, looks like a coded note. So in other words, maybe like a cool down day. We'll still stream, we'll still be live, but maybe much of it will just be sitting here in silence or in a slow recovery mode. That's my current thinking of what we'll do. All right, I am having a little bit of trouble with my front monitor going off and on, but I think we'll be okay. Anything else to talk about before we get started and review the things I've done with notes? Has anyone watched Before the Devil Knows You're Dead yet? If so, we can chat a little bit about that. Jonathan says not yet. All right, so that may have to wait till after New Year's. In yesterday's stream, at the end, we had basically finished our allotted time on day 2, but we're going to take a little bit of extra time at the beginning of this stream doing our sort of late night calls, maybe to some of our allies, before we proceed to day 3 and reading the paper, whatever. But I do want to show you what I did regarding notes. First, I printed out some of the bigger clues that we've seen that we know we need to work on. Here was the note we found in Lloyd Pickering's hand. We might want to reread that, but I just noted the things that jumped out at me. There are a couple of numbers we see frequently, 1221, a short little code word. And then we've got this prefix that's used several times, 1412. There's a bunch of asterisks. There's some different writing. There's one entry that looks like it's letters. None of the others do. And then there is something to note, the fact that this starts out with just one code word up by itself, almost like this is a letter, like this might be the recipient, like, dear so-and-so, here's the note. And it is interesting that it sort of ends on this. On the other hand, I was thinking, well, Lloyd said he was trying to get us proof that Balfour was engaged in criminal activity, so I wondered if these aren't bank account numbers. And it does seem to be an abnormal number of 2s in this code. I don't know why. I don't know if that's my imagination. Okay, and that was the schedule we found of 6th of September, the rubbing on 7th September, but this is all stuff that happened on 6th of September. Brandy at 11, Johnny wants 50 pounds and report due. We're keen to see if we find any cab logs going to his house at 11. That might be the person who killed him. We think this might be Brandon Miller. Then I also printed out the sketch of the crime scene at Lambert's Jewelry. We don't think that's important, but I did print it out, along with the description of the witnesses. Now we know which witness not to trust. Eric Idor starts. We believe he's the real witness. They're both small, 5 foot, both dressed in cheap black suits. They looked like brothers. We know this is the Mills brothers. And then the other guy who worked there, the other witness, is Leland. We now know he was the inside man. So he says, Eric doesn't know what he's talking about. He probably got scared by the gun. The truth is that the people came in were big and tall, etc. We know this is all lies because he turned out to be the inside man. They do all agree that the guy, the client, was the boxer with light reddish hair with an Irish brogue. All right, so that's that evidence. The other thing I did was I printed out the cab logs for us to look at. I printed out one version with the cab logs on each page, and then I printed out another version 2 pages per day, just so that it was a little larger so we could see it. Jonathan has been taking notes on these on our notes document, and so when it's time to go through cab logs, we'll have some printouts to go through them. Jonathan says, I might be going through the cab logs too thoroughly, but it does almost feel like some sort of data entry job. Here's one for the one more thing. I found a cab ride from the 4th cab log where 3NW, where Alice goes to 33QP. That's interesting. Well, that brings me to the last thing I did, other than help fill in some of the online notes, is I scanned in the clue points. Remember, this is what they look like. Each day's clue points looks like this. It's the same set of clue points on each day. It's just some of them are relevant, some aren't. So I went through and I made a page for each, and I filled in all the places that we've know who's there and what's there. And we've been doing that sort of ad hoc as we've been doing it. But actually, I found there were a lot of places we knew what they were that we just hadn't bothered to fill it in. Southeast, not so much. West Central, we know a bunch of places. Southwest, we know a bunch of places. East Central, we know a bunch of places. So I've marked down what we know is there. In some cases, there are locations of our allies. We haven't been necessarily to all these places, but we've heard about them. Now, the asterisks you see are places where I know the clue points change between days. Now, I haven't kept this. In my original notes, I kept track of when they're changing on the next day, on the previous day. This is a little bit of a cheat, but here I didn't go through such detail. I just marked, here's a location that changes at some point during the game. And we're reminded by our last playthrough or last day, that frequently what it means when they change is that if you go there too early before the thing has happened, it just says, hey, you shouldn't be here. So that's what some of these are going to be. Some of these are going to be like if you try to go to Alice Gardner's house before you've heard about her, on day 1, it'll say you can't go there. So some of these are changing in the future. And so some of these blank ones, it may be that we're not supposed to know about these yet. Like maybe it's not until the last day of the case we hear about something at 21 Southeast. So the fact that these are blank either means there's a place we've overlooked, or it means we're not supposed to know about that place yet. Queen's Park, I could fill in completely because we've got the legend of all the places in Queen's Park. Interestingly enough, 81 QP I couldn't find on the legend sheet of the map. I don't know if that's a mistake or if someone's going to tell us explicitly to go to 81 QP, although I noticed that it's here by the railroad, so it's tempting to just go there, but we don't know what it is. All right, so again, some of these we've been to, some of them we haven't, and the one with asterisks, we might be worried about missing something important. All right. The other thing that I was telling Jonathan and Anna that I think is really important is one of the most important things when playing these long games is that one forgets. You have in your mind that you want to do something and you forget to do it, or so have in mind that there's someone you were supposed to track down and you don't. So I do think it's important that we keep track of prominently any person or place that we need to find that we haven't located yet. So in addition to our timeline here now, we have this list of places that we may need to find. We don't want to forget to find. So I'll remind you that Frank Kearney, which was who we were charged to find at the beginning of the case, is still missing. But so now is Reginald Ormond. And then we've got a bunch of stuff. We've got a boxer who's the brute who beat up people and killed them that we're trying to find. Frederick Charrington is another of the Brewer people that we don't know where his address is. We saw Luella in a photograph of Lloyd Perkins' house. We don't know where she is, who he or why, what role she plays. We've got Brandy mentioned on his schedule. We don't know exactly who that is. We've got some Parliament people mentioned. We couldn't find Mycroft, but we think he should know. We've got the kid who discovered the dead body. We don't know how to find him or where he is. So let's just remember to keep this updated. All right. So cast yourself back to last night, and let's decide what final places we want to go before we end day 2. One interesting thing, I was looking at the YouTube stats for the channel, and I see that YouTube is showing that the channel is getting like 2,000 views a day recently, which is very high for this channel. Normally it's around 600. And I think YouTube must be confused by this channel. I think it must see like huge amounts of like long videos are getting put onto the channel live, and the sheer number of hours I think is convincing YouTube that there must be an audience for this channel somewhere. And I think it's just like it's saying if so much content's being created, surely someone will want to watch it, because no one would create so much content if there wasn't someone to watch it. And so I think YouTube is like casting about, like suggesting it to people, like maybe you will like this channel, maybe you will like this channel, and like it can't find the audience that really wants to watch this channel, but it's convinced there must be one based on the fact that I keep making videos. I feel like I've broken YouTube. Like it hasn't entertained the possibility that someone could be streaming for so many hours without an actual audience. Anna says we had new cases on day 2. The Perkins one and the jewelry robbery we followed, but the decapitated MP and Derek, not so much. I think we should go to Ormond's office and Rose Derek on day 2. Okay. I think that's completely reasonable. I also want to point out that several of our entries that we know change are Marleybone, Belfour, people that are involved in Balfour's conspiracy, like Clive Dornan and the buyer for Balfour, David Sandor. It looks like from my notes that those entries change. So we might want to go to them before we end the day, like make a knock on their door. So let's take our time and do late night calls. And we've also got some allies that change what they say. So we wrote down some of them here. I think we should feel free to go to all the ones we want. Let's start by going to Reginald's office, his law office, which we found late in the day yesterday, which might be where the decapitated body was found, right? We think now. We discovered it late. I forget if we learned it at the Cheshire Cheese. And I think we need to go to Bon Marché, tailor shop, or whatever it was before we finish too. Okay, so Reginald Ormond's law office was 66 EC. That was, we heard about where it was. It was some uptown street. So 66 EC is Ormond's law office. Shall we start there? Okay, let's do it. Let's go to Ormond's law office, which is 123. 66 EC Ormond. We're not going to worry about time. These are phone calls or whatever we're doing here. We're not going to worry about time. We're doing this as part of day 2. Remember, we haven't switched into day 3 yet. This is just day 2 extra stuff. All right, 123. This was where his decapitated body of Henry Cole was found. That's what we were confused about. Okay, I'm just going to put day 2 night. The constable allows us to enter the private office of Reginald Ormond. Even with the body removed, the office still presents a gruesome sight. A white chalk outline shows us where the body had lain. Bloodstains cover the expensive Persian rug that adds accent to the office's other expensive furnishings. Did anyone see or hear anything? Wiggins asked the constable. Nothing out of the ordinary. Ormond's secretary, Edward Fox, spends every Wednesday at Ormond's Parliament office. None of the other tenants noticed anything out of the ordinary. Ormond could have left by the freight lift. So the stairs from the street and the lift in the rear are the only ways in or out? Asks Wiggins of the constable as we look around. Yes, that's right, replies the constable. There's a doorman at the foot of the stairs. He did not see Ormond leave. Wiggins makes a sketch of the floor and thanks the constable for his help. Let's leave by the lift. We get into the elevator and start down. Wiggins takes out his magnifying glass and examines the floor of the elevator. Looks like blood. A few small drops. The elevator clunks to a stop and opens into a small alleyway that leads to Upper Thames Street to the left and the river to the right. As we step out, we encounter a janitor working outside the door. Were you working here the day Sir Henry Cole was murdered? Wiggins asked the janitor. Yep. Did you notice anything unusual? Nope. Police already questioned me. I didn't see Mr. Ormond leave. All right, thank you. What? Wait. I did notice one thing that was a little strange. The tea lady came out in a rush. She has a push cart and goes around to the office buildings and takes tea and biscuits to the people working. I usually help her place her serving cart onto her push cart when she's done. She often gives me a bit of tea before she goes. Well, Wednesday, the tea lady came out without a word, and when I tried to help, she just brushed me aside and picked up the cart like it was nothing. She then pushed her cart down the street in a hurry. The other strange thing is she hasn't been back since. And do you know who she was? Nope, she wasn't the regular woman. She'd only been doing the rounds for a few days. I don't know anything more. All right. So, instead of the normal woman who needs help with the tray, this woman picked up the cart like it was nothing. In other words, this is our murderer, right? Who's making a getaway and is imitating, dressing up as the tea woman for the last couple of days. It's the last couple of days. Only been doing the rounds for a few days. So this is going to be the real murderer of Henry Cole. We now are convinced it wasn't Reginald Ormond. Dressed as the tea woman. Now, do we think then that this is someone who actually would have been working for the official tea company that can be found? Because it's not like they just substituted in for one day. They were doing it for a few days. That would seem like they would have had to get a job working for this company, whatever this company was. I wonder if we could find a nearby tea company or restaurant, or if that's asking for too much. I'll just put that she worked for a few days, and then I'll put local tea company, or I guess shop or restaurant. We might be able to find that. Probably not. I wonder if we're ever meant to find her. Find him. It could be a man dressed as a woman. We don't know. Although you'd think he would notice that, wouldn't you? If it was a man dressed as a woman. I think he might have detected that, but maybe he was so focused on his sweets that he wouldn't. All right, where are we here? Let's take a look. 66 EC. This is, again, cab ride potential stuff. We're going to have a lot of stuff to look in the cab rides. Hopefully our notes will make it possible. So there's 66 EC. That's why he said the back alley goes to the river or Upper Thames Street. We could look for restaurants or tea shops. I don't know what, not sure what company would send that kind of woman. Tea merchants, tea rooms. So I don't see any tea rooms in East Central. I do see a bunch of tea merchants in East Central. In fact, 3 of them. Sipton and Company. Sipton is involved with Belfour. I wonder, 39 EC, if that's a place worth checking out. Okay, well, 39 EC isn't even in our list, so that's not possible. 16 EC, 94 EC, and 41 EC. Okay, none of these tea shops are actually in our list of clue points, so that's not going to be a way we find anyone. You could ask if there was a restaurant nearby. Let's see if there's a restaurant nearby. 72 EC. Holborn is at 61 EC. I don't see any. I don't see that's all very near. Ship and Tuttle, Simpsons, Vegetarian. I don't think so. So I don't think we'll be able to find this woman, but we may find it with a cab. Now, let's just quickly take a look at that clue again to see in what direction that person went. Okay. Came out, pushed her cart down the street in a hurry. She hasn't been back since. Thames Street to the left, the river to the right. So, yeah. So, we've just come out of the door this way to the back alley. So, she went up to Upper 10th Street, but she could be anywhere, and we don't know how to find her. Maybe we'll get some other clue that will point us to her. All right. That's another place gone. And we now know that Ormond was murdered. Okay, shall we go to the daughter of our accident victim? We think Rose Derrick lives at 60, which is the same location as the Credit Lyonnais Bank that we wanted to go. So, or do we, maybe we should chase down the MP angle before we do the rest. Let's do the MP angle. There was some talk about going to Parliament to try to find Mycroft, right? Let's do that. So 16 Southwest was Parliament. And we went, we didn't go, oh, this is day, I see. Did I just look, I just looked up on day 1, but the place we just went to doesn't change, right? 66 EC doesn't change, 124, okay. Okay, just making sure I'm going to the right places on day 2. Okay, so Parliament we went to, that's 202. But we had choices at Parliament. Okay, so to remind you, we went to Parliament. We're back at Parliament again. And we don't know who William Clark is. We don't know who Roger Peel is. But we thought maybe this time we'd go to the visitors gallery and see if either we could see Mycroft or maybe we'll hear people debating about the Beer Act. So now we're going to go to 18, the visitors gallery. We're not going to go to these other places because we haven't heard of them, but we are going to go to the visitors gallery and see what we can see. See what we hear. That's interesting. Day 2 at night. Jabez Balfour is well into his address by the time we arrive at the visitors gallery. London is the center of the civilized world, but within her environs are found greater evils than in the darkest corners of Africa. Slavery, which was outlawed in the empire a generation ago, can be found in every corner of this city. Slavery to the demon drink, a slave master that steals the food out of the mouths of children. A demon djinn turns the kindest man into a wife-beater and the wife-beater into a murderer. It destroys strength and builds weakness, and if left unchecked, it will destroy our empire. I call in the name of every decent Englishman for the total prohibition of alcohol. Pandemonium breaks out on the floor as other members respond to Balfour's speech. Ready to take the pledge, Wiggins, or aren't you a decent Englishman? We turn to find that it is Mycroft Holmes who is speaking to us. We found Mycroft. Are you an admirer of Saint Jabez? Just interested, replies Wiggins. What do you think of Balfour, Mr. Holmes? I think he's a powerful, articulate man who will use his skills to gain more power. Is my brother interested in him? Well, not directly that I know of. Ah, not directly. Just finding Jabez on the fringes, then. I must admit, it wouldn't surprise me. Why is that? Asks Wiggins. Jabez seems full of contradictions, or perhaps the contradictions indicate that we don't have a true picture of Jabez. What does that mean? Asks Wiggins with a puzzled look on his face as he listens to Mycroft but watches Jabez. I'm not sure, Wiggins. If you figure it out, by all means, you let me know. I just dropped in to see the show, but I have an appointment. Give my best to Sherlock. Goodbye, Wiggins. Good day, sir. All right, so we found Mycroft, and here is Jabez really arguing against liquor. The total prohibition of alcohol is what he wants, Jabez. That's, at least now we know what side of the Beer Act he's on. And we were thinking in our notes, like, if he's in conflict with Moriarty, what are the two of them conflicted about? In fact, I was thinking, like, what's the criminal real estate stuff? Like, we heard he was involved in criminal boxing, but what's the criminal part of real estate? We know he's in trouble with all his loans. We don't really believe that he's serious and cares about the prohibition of alcohol. So we were thinking maybe he was trying to depress the value of land and buy it up. Anna says, yes, this goes against my earlier theory. Anna, can you clarify that a little bit about what we just heard that goes against your earlier theory? In other words, why is Belfort trying to get alcohol prohibited? Maybe he's still trying to... Yeah, I mean, he's desperate for money. Now would be the time to increase the value of his properties by allowing alcohol. The fact that he's still against alcohol is kind of strange. Once we find out what positions the people who just got, the MPs who got killed are, once we find out what their positions were on the Beer Act, it might tell us more about who's killing them, right? If they're the people who are against alcohol also, then it would seem that Belfort wouldn't be the one who's killing them, that Moriarty would. Okay, Jonathan searched for nearby addresses, didn't get any hits on the cab log for the lady yet. That's okay. We do have a strong suspicion that Moriarty is the professor and James who's involved in breaking out Northrop. And if you'll remember, there's one ally who knows about Moriarty and also knows about codes. And we've now gotten this code here. So I think we should pay Fred Porlock a visit. Jonathan says we should reread the article in the Beer Act. I believe they say that the current public houses are being taken over by the breweries. The temperance movement is trying to stop new public houses from opening. Okay, let's remember to reread that before we forget. But I'd like to go to Fred Porlock. Well, we could read that now. Let's see. Let's reread that article now, so we understand more about this Beer Act. Parliament nears vote on the Beer Act. Parliament will hear recommendations next week from its commission appointed to study the various aspects of the brewing industry and alcohol consumption in England. Topics considered include the costs and benefits to society, possible government action. Diverse views are represented. So we don't know. Henry Cole's been killed. Reginald Ormond's on the run and accused of killing Henry Cole. So one question is, what side of this argument, of this commission, are they on? Arnold Shank is the brew guy. And Glenn Judson runs Teakson's brewery, two different brewers. We haven't been to Teakson's yet. That's in Queen's Park, but we should. And we haven't met Glenn Judson yet. So we should probably go there and talk to them, maybe today. Sir Whiston Dart, we also don't know where he is and talk to him. We haven't recorded it. So we should get that information. It's a little odd that we haven't recorded that information from us yet. I'm just going to put down commission. I don't know why in our notes we haven't tried to look at Sir Whiston Dart and then the Theakston's Brewery. I know we can go to, so we should probably drop off there. Let's continue reading here. Recent developments in the brewing industry, including increased mechanization, improvements in cooling and refrigeration, continue to have far-reaching effects. However, while the industry supports many thousands of people, the opposition to alcohol has grown considerably stronger as of late. Okay, most attempts to control drinking in the last century were limited to strong drink. Right, so these previous laws were good for beer against hard liquor. However, temperance reformers have been clamoring for more and stricter regulations on alcohol of all types. They have succeeded in prohibiting the sale of drink on trains, and several housing developments have prohibited the opening of pubs within their borders, and we're told that Balfour is one of those people. Temperance leaders such as Jabez Balfour, F.N. Charrington, and William Booth of the Salvation Army are among those urging the prohibition of spirits and beer. This comes at the same time that increased competition among brewers and their growing control over public houses. And we're told that Balfour doesn't allow pubs in his neighborhood. So it seems like the brewers would be against people like Balfour. We might even want to talk to William Booth of the Salvation Army and see what he thinks of Balfour, if he believes Balfour is involved, is good or not. Let's see in the chat. I believe Anna thinks Ormond has also been killed and smuggled out by the tea lady. Shank was with Ormond, so the MPs were against the prohibition. Anna says, no, I think Cole's body was smuggled into Ormond's office. When the janitors saw the cart, it was all empty already. I think, yeah, I'm of the belief that they've just planted this body in the room. Don't forget, though, the rug is full of blood, so they may have actually killed him in the office. So I'm not sure. They could have arranged to meet him in the office and killed him and decapitated him there. But either way, he was planted here to get Ormond into trouble, it seems. All right. Let's see if we can find these other people that we should have looked up earlier. We know where Theakston's is. And I should have written down the name of the guy in Theakston's because we might need to know his name too. Glenn Judson. Glenn Judson. Okay, Theakston is in Queen's Park. But what about, I guess we could look up to see if Judson happens to have a home in London by any chance. He does. He's got a home at 80 WC. Okay, what about Sir Winston Dart? So this is sort of shame on us for not looking up some of these people the first time we hit their name. That would have been helpful, possibly. Sir Winston Dart is 56 Southwest. Okay, and did we look up Charrington, or I thought we looked him up and couldn't find him? Let's make sure that that's true. Seems weird that we wouldn't find this Charrington guy. What's his other... What else do we know about him? We saw articles about him. F.N. Charrington of the Charrington Brewery family. And then there's another whole article on him. Charrington presided over opening ceremonies on Sunday at his new assembly hall in Southwark, located at 8 Borough High Street. That's where we're going to find him, right? Okay. Charrington is at 8 Borough High Street. Let's find him. And then Sir Alfred Sipton is mentioned here. I wonder if we didn't skip this. No, we did read this. Opening speech. So Sir Alfred Sipton and Frederick Charrington are working together. Coffee Palace, a book salon, YMCA. Okay, let's find 8 Borough High Street. High Street, that sounds like a rich, fancy neighborhood, right? Maybe Northwest. Not there. It's not there. How about West Central? I know the chat probably knows exactly where it is, but I'm going to keep looking and not look at the chat because I want the enjoyment of finding it too. This is one of these pleasures of this game, which I can't tell you exactly why. It sort of seems like just busy work, but it is kind of fun to find these addresses. So I thought High Street was in rich neighborhood. Let's see though. Apparently, looks like not. 7. Sounds like we kind of should know where High Street is. It's come up enough. Let me look in the chat. Where does the chat tells me it is? Our guy Kearney was in the temperance movement. That's why he was shocked when he found out that Balfour was buying brewery stocks. That's right. So Balfour is buying brewery stocks while he's trying to advocate against alcohol. Maybe because he's buying them low and selling them high. Borough High Street, there it is, in the worst neighborhood in London. Okay, so that's 8 Southeast. And then William Booth of the Salvation Army. Salvation Army 69 EC. Okay, so let's take a moment to put these on our directories. So 56 Southwest is where we found Winston Dart, who's on the commission. Okay. Winston Dart of the commission. All right. And then 80 WC is Glenn Judson's home. Okay, he doesn't have an entry here, so this is just going to be Theakston's. We don't need to find him at his home. Charrington is his new place is at 8 Southeast. That's Charrington's place. And then in EC, we have the Salvation Army. Here's Theakston's, by the way, there. The other brewery where Glenn Judson is. I'm going to put Glenn Judson. Okay, and then the Salvation Army's at EC. Let's add that. Salvation Army is 69, which isn't on our list. So maybe we can't talk to William Booth at all, after all. All right. So good. This is on our thing. All right. What next? Sipton, Charrington. All of these people would be reasonable people to go to today. I do want to go to Fred Porlock, but maybe we don't need to do that. Maybe we should keep going down the MP list first. Shall we go to these? I guess we're going to have day 3. So maybe we don't need to go to places that aren't going to change. We should go to the places that are likely to change. So 95 QP isn't going to change. Bon March isn't changing. Charrington isn't changing. David Sadler, who's the buyer for Belfour, isn't changing. Punch and Judy, where one of our Mills guys, or one of our robbers hangs out, we heard about. Remember, we heard about he hangs out and has a girlfriend. 73 WC. Well, that's not going to change. We were going to go visit the daughter Rose. She was at 60 Southwest. She doesn't change, so maybe we don't have to go there. Scotland Yard. Have we been to Scotland Yard? Okay, so Scotland Yard changes. So let's go to Scotland Yard. Teakson's Brewery does not change. But Scotland Yard does. Let's go to Scotland Yard. Let's see if we can't get a better understanding of the police position on all this. Scotland Yard 189. I mean, a lot of people got killed today. Let's see what Scotland Yard knows about it. Inspector Lestrade isn't in, Wiggins. He's at Lambert's jewelry shop. Edgar Jocelyn, its owner, has been shot. A robbery? Looks that way. Jocelyn was a known fence. Too smart for us ever to get evidence on him, but a fence nonetheless. Okay, there we go. This is our confirmation that Belfour was trying to pawn his jewels there. Or someone was. Lestrade is looking into the possibility of some tie-in with the Belfour heist. There's a lot of pressure on us to solve this one. Pearl, the insurance company, is on the phone every day, as is Miss Belfour. Sounds like they're keeping you busy. That they are, Wiggins. I'm going around in circles on this Cole murder. Any sign of Ormond? Not really. Few reports from some Bow Street constables that Ormond has been seen around. But so far, nothing's come from them. Bow Street constables. I wonder if that means we should go to the local cops. Keep your ears open for me. Of course. By the way, Inspector, can you tell us anything about the death of Vincent Derrick? Vincent Derrick. Name sounds familiar. I can't quite place it. He was found dead in Queen's Park a couple months ago. We don't know about that. We don't know where he was found. Right. Coroner ruled the death accidental. I guess we should go to the coroner. Found in Queen's Park. We never got involved in the investigation. Check with the Queen's Park police station. Why are you interested? Well, Holmes got a letter from him in today's Post. I don't even want to know about that one, Wiggins. I'll let Holmes handle that. Good luck. Thanks, Inspector. You too. Okay. So we've got the Bow Street constables mentioned. Saw Ormond. And then Vincent Derrick found in Queen's Park. Talk to the coroners or local police. Okay, well, let's do that. Let's follow up a little bit on this. John says there was an entry September 5th from Teakson's. There was an entry, a cab entry. We're going to have to look at these cabs and lean on you heavily, Jonathan, at some point. I just feel too overwhelmed to deal with them until we run out of other leads. Normally in Sherlock Holmes, like, you trace down all the leads you have, and then you sit at a bottleneck where you decide where to go next. This case has just been an infinite amount of leads, an infinite flood of leads. There's never a lull. There's never a pause to catch your breath with this case. Let's go to the Queen's Park local police, as this guy suggested we do. I think their entry changes. Yes, their entry changes, so it's good for us to go there. 102. So 55 QP, which is the local police. No, 55 QP is the gasworks. Where's the local police? Local police is 48. 48 does also change, though. So 48 goes to police, goes to 70. Okay, let's see what the police can tell us about Vincent Derrick and where they found the body. Okay, it says, if you have not already done so, read clue 38. 138. Let's see if we have already. We have read 138. 138 was help finding Kearney. So this is, we've talked to them already. And now about Kearney, now we're back to ask more questions. Wiggins boldly approaches the constable at the desk. Good afternoon. Could you please tell me who's handling the Vincent Derrick case? Nobody's handling it, and that's all. It's been done, handled. The coroner says it was death by accidental causes, so it's not up to us anymore. Well, who was handling it? Asks a slightly frustrated Wiggins. That would be Sergeant Tompkins. He investigated the scene of the crime, but I'm sure and he'll tell you the same as he told the deceased's daughter. Coroner couldn't find no signs of foul play. Is Sergeant Tompkins in now? This is his day off. You might find him at home. Okay. So, find Sergeant Tompkins. Okay, well, Sergeant Tompkins lives in Queen's Park. I remember that. So, Tompkins, Sergeant Fred, right here. Okay. So to our directory, we might want to add that Sergeant Fred Tompkins. We're probably only going to need to talk to him once. 27 QP, according to our directory. 27 QP is Sergeant Thompson, which is number 92. Crew 92. Okay, let's read that. Says, yes, I'm Tompkins. How can I help you? Sergeant Tompkins gazes expectantly at us with his intelligent-looking, bright blue eyes. We're sorry to disturb you at home, Sergeant, but we're investigating at 3 a.m., but we're investigating the circumstances of the death of Vincent Derrick. I'll wager that daughter of his is behind this. I told her that the coroner's jury found no cause to suspect foul play, but she insists that her father was murdered. Come in, I'll tell you what I know, and there's no reason to make you stand in the hallway while I do it. There are a few strange aspects to the case. The oddest thing was that he wasn't dressed for being outside. He was wearing slippers and a smoking jacket. I suppose he just stepped out for a breath of fresh air, it being a particularly close summer night. I thought at first that maybe he had taken his own life. I even thought that I had found a suicide note. But it turned out to be some notes for a business meeting, a letter of resignation perhaps. But despite some of those oddities, I can't find too much disagreement with the coroner's findings. His daughter will just have to accept his death. Thank you, Sergeant. You've been most generous with your time. If you do turn up anything new, I'd be interested. Sounds like he might want us to come back. The daughter doesn't believe. Daughter doesn't believe it's an accident. And he thought he found a note. Why aren't we asking about the note? All right, well, let's write down our notes here. Vincent Derrick is not, first thing he told us is not dressed for outside. Right? He had his slippers and a smoking jacket. And then he tells us he found business meeting notes, letter of resignation, and are these with the coroner or daughter? One of them. Someone has those things, right? So yeah, I think we go to H.R. Murray and then we'll go to the daughter and see if we can't get a hold of those things. All right. Let's find our old friend H.R. Murray. Where is he? H.R. Murray is at 22 Southwest. Let's visit H.R. Murray. We haven't been to him yet this game, have we? 256. This might be one of these ones. It seems like a bunch of our allies, like they say, well, if you haven't been here yet, go read the other one. So we're going to wake up H.R. Murray late at night and ask him about this case. All right, so H.R. Murray says If it's before noon, if it's afternoon, I guess you'd call this afternoon on Tuesday night. Because it's basically like 3 a.m. So before noon, 245, and afternoon, 219. All right, so let's go to 219. Maybe it's given him time to do the autopsy on the other people. Huh. He's still not back, says Murray's young assistant. Should be back any moment. As if on cue, Murray comes charging through the door, portfolio held tightly under his right arm. He rushes past us with only a nod. Dr. Murray, Wiggins says as Murray hurries by. Not now, Wiggins. I just spent most of the day with the chief inspector. He demands that something be done about the Jack the Ripper murders. I have to review the files and make sure I didn't miss anything. But there have been some murders today. I know. I stopped by Bart's and looked at the bodies. Go talk to Meeks. He can tell you what I know. Now get out of here. I got work to do. That doesn't sound like the Meeks we know. But he doesn't have time to talk to us about it. He's working on the Jack the Ripper cases. He told us to go see Meeks. Oh, that was Murray. That's not the Murray we know. He told us to go see Meeks. And Meeks we've already been to. Unless I'm mistaken. We've been to Meeks. Yeah, we were at the Meeks and saw the dead bodies. Okay, let us go talk to the daughter then. John says, is 91 EC an entry because that's the coroner? No, 91 EC is not the coroner. Is not an entry that we can go to. All right, let's visit Rose. Let's go back to London. Visit Rose. Ask her if she has the material from the father. So Rose was at 60 Southwest. Rose Derek. Okay. 60 Southwest is 37. You know what? I'm not going to do it. Because she doesn't change, and I think we should limit ourselves for this extra late night stuff to people whose entries change. We'll do Rose on day 3. Langdale Pike, who we have not yet been to, seems like a good person to go to. Actually, while we're still in Queen's Park, let's go to the Teakson Brewery. Did we say it changed, or maybe we said it didn't change? We went to Sergeant Thompson, right? I know we went to Sergeant Thompson. I just want to make sure I record the right one. Yeah, okay. Okay, so where was Teakson's? Teakson's is 95. Okay, 95 doesn't change, so I guess we don't have to do that. We visited Alice today, didn't we? Why is it not circled? Did we visit Alice today? Surely we did, and we believed her, right? 234. We visited Alice, we believed her. Porlock doesn't change, so we can wait on him. Just trying to find places. That's right. Alice seemed more upset. I'm trying to find places that change that we know about. We went to the local police. I don't believe we've been to the land allotment company today, and that does change. That's one of our people. So maybe while we're in Queen's Park, let's stop by the land allotment company. Who works for the land allotment company? 50QP. One of our Marleybone people, but I haven't written it down. Sir Miller Brandon. Surely we went to his office because we suspect him of being the murderer, right? So probably I just didn't record it properly. Oh, because it doesn't change. That's what I see. It doesn't change. I mean, it's the same as yesterday, so we already talked to him. Okay. So that's all of actual QP that we care about. All right, so QP, we've gone to all the places that changed. Let's see, Northwest. We went to Alice. Okay, Leland Johnson's house. We went there. That's where we found him dead. Okay. The Amateur Association doesn't change. We've got a bunch of places that we don't know what they are. Porlock doesn't change, so we'll wait on him. Okay, Clive Dornan. It's time for us to visit Clive Dornan, because he's overdue. He was one of the guys that's in Marleybone arguing, and he does change. So I think we got to go to Clive Dornan. There are a bunch of these Marleybone people that we haven't visited. It's almost like we're derelict in our duties to track down these people. So, Clive Dornan, it's time for us to get some more background on Balfour's Marleybone activity. So he's 187. 34 Northwest, Clive Dornan. 187. Let's see what he says. Maybe we can get someone to flip on Balfour. Or maybe we'll run into the boxer. Wiggins persistently works the Lion's Head door knocker without apparent success. Looks like no one's home, he finally concedes as we turn away. Okay, so 3 a.m. they're not answering the door. Done. All right. What else? 92 is Colin Kennedy, who's a Marleybone outsider. He's one of the Marleybone people that did not participate in the heated meeting. Just going to quickly look if his entry has us talking to him or not. Yes, it does. Okay, so now we're going to go to Colin Kennedy, whose entry changes. "92 Northwest," which goes to 25. Let's see what he says. Doors answered by a tall, slender, blonde woman. We're somewhat surprised when the pretty young woman identifies herself as the landlady and asks how she can help us. "We'd like to speak to Colin Kennedy. Is he in?" "I'm sorry, I haven't seen him all day. Perhaps he's with his fiancée. Have you tried there?" "We're not acquainted with the lady. Would you be so kind as to give us her name and address?" "Certainly. Her name is Lola Nelson. She lives somewhere near Blackfriars Bridge. I don't know exactly where. Would you care to leave a card?" "Thank you, yes," says Wiggins, as he hands the landlady his card with a small flourish. "Good day." Okay, so Lola Nelson near Blackfriars Bridge. So we might have to look at cab records for that. Lola Nelson is the girlfriend or fiance near Blackfriars Bridge. I mean, we might find that Blackfriars Bridge only has one place right near it, so that might be easy to knock on that door. Colin Kennedy is a guy that we don't think is involved in the conspiracy, but he might, like Lloyd Pickering, might have inside information to tell us. Does Blackfriars Bridge have an entry, or should we just look for it by bridges? Is that it right there? Okay, well there it is, right staring in front of us. There's Blackfriars Bridge. So I'm just going to write down the places near there. 41 Southeast. Well, here's the bridge, I guess. So actually, if there's the bridge. Whoa. That's the tea room person. It could be that Lola lives near Ormond's office or stays at this hotel. 31 EC is near the bridge. So is 66 EC where Ormond's office was. So is 39 and 38. 38 EC. We might just knock at this hotel door, see if anyone's heard of her. Shay says she's in the directory. Well, that would be a little easy, wouldn't it? Whoa, how can she be in the directory? We only know her first name. Are you saying you searched for first name in the directory? We don't do that. Or is her first name Lola Nelson? Do we have her first full name from that entry? Lola Nelson, the fiance? Okay. Sometimes my brain is not working at full power. Lola Nelson, we were given her full name, and there she is, 31 EC. Okay, well, 31 EC was the Royal Hotel, so that makes sense. She was at the Royal Hotel. All right, well, let's knock on that door. Maybe we can catch them together late at night. 31 EC, let's update our information sheets. 31 EC is Lola Nelson, fiance of Colin Kennedy. Maybe he is up to no good. I want to see if she's a big, strong woman who has a tea cart. Okay, Lola Nelson goes to 50. So we're knocking on the hotel, the Royal Hotel. The door is opened by a rather plump, somewhat homely-looking woman who appears to be closer to 30 than 20. Miss Nelson, we inquire? Yeah, I'm Lola Nelson. What can I do for you? She asks with a quizzical look on her round face. We're looking for Colin Kennedy, and we're told that you might know where we could find him, says Wiggins in his usual straightforward manner. Are you friends of Collie's? Do you know about the trip? The trip? Wiggins answers non-committally. Yeah, we're moving to Dublin. Out of the clear blue sky, he tells me, come to Dublin and marry him. Doesn't ask, mind you. More than 2 years now, I've been trying to get that sweet giant to marry me. This is our boxer. I hate to move so far from my family, but if it takes moving to Dublin to get him to marry me, so be it. She concludes decisively. Miss Nelson, can you tell us anything about Colin's work? All I know is he works for Mr. Balfour. He really loves that man. I don't care what he does so long as it's not boxing. Those fighters kill each other. If you'll excuse me, I must get back to my packing. Good luck to you, Miss Nelson. We just found our killer. He's Irish. He's moving to Dublin. He's leaving town suddenly. He loves Balfour. He works for Balfour. And he's a boxer. I think we just found our guy. Wow. Colin Kennedy, who I thought was not going to be involved, is actually the Irish boxer fleeing town quickly. Okay, now we need to make good notes of where the girlfriend and where Colin lives so that we can track cab rides. What do I mean, the killer? He's the guy who killed Mills, that's right. He killed and beat up Leland and Mills trying to get back the jewelry that they robbed from Balfour. Well, he beat up and killed them, Anna. He threw them out the window. He beat them up, tried to get information out of them, and then killed them. He didn't just beat them up. They're in the morgue. They got killed. Colin Kennedy is 92 Northwest. Let's not forget. First he beat them up, then he broke their fingers, and then he threw them out the window. But yeah, he's not the guy who decapitated Henry Cole. And the girlfriend clearly isn't the one either who's involved in that. But we just found our boxer. Wait. Oh, I see. Yeah. He's the guy who went to pawn the jewelry for Balfour, and then he's also the guy that tried to recover it. Yes. Okay. So let me find this location, and then we'll just recap that, because I got myself a little bit confused, but now it makes sense. Okay. So I'm putting his location there, 92 Northwest. Okay. So Anna says the shooter's out there with the actress. I got confused for a moment. Yeah. So just to recap, because I think we know a lot more. Balfour faked the jewelry heist of his safe. He then has Colin Kennedy, his best worker, who's this big giant boxer. He has him go and pawn it at the Lamberts, where he's robbed. And now he's got to flee town because he's now went and tried to recover it, caught up with Mills and Leland, tried to get them to tell him where it was, broke their fingers and killed them, and now he has to leave town. So we now know who tried to pawn the jewelry. We've confirmed that he was working for Balfour, which confirms that it wasn't a real robbery at Balfour's house, which we knew, but now we know who the guy who beat up who the boxer is. So we don't need to find boxing association anymore. We know all about that. So we've got the Lambert's Balfour robbery. We don't know if he actually recovered the jewels yet or not. In fact, one of our robbers is outstanding, right? the other Mills brother, who's the fancy dresser. So we probably want to find him. Anna says the shooter is out there with the actress. I got confused for a moment. Okay, so let me try to remember who is the shooter of the small caliber. No, that's a different game. Yeah, the original robber of Lambert's. That's Donald Mills. We know the three robbers. We know it's the two Mills brothers and the inside man who worked for Lambert's. One of the brothers is dead, and the inside man is dead, and then Donald Mills is still on the run. But we know he's a fancy dresser. In fact, we know where one of his shirts is from, so we should maybe try to track him down. That's right. Okay, it's time for a break. Overdue for a break. In fact, all right, we're making some progress. We're still on day 2, the night of day 2. We got a couple more allies to go, and then we're going to wrap up day 2. I'll see you in 8 minutes. For real, though, instead of jumping on the chat and discussing more theories, everyone take a break. Refresh your tea and coffee. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, that was a bit of a scare. We've not had that yet happen in 2 years of streaming. Internet connection just totally died. But we see what happens. YouTube goes into a sort of holding pattern. If you can get back, if the internet comes back within 10 or 15 minutes, it reconnects. I don't know what the actual stream will look like when it's reassembled, but I appear to be live now. If the chat could let me know. Let's see. Okay, so I don't have it loading up here. Let me see what I can do here. Good. Okay. Oops. Okay, so live and it's working. All right. Where did it die? Did it die in the middle of Dina says, was it really that the internet connection got lost, or did you just want to eat a cookie? No, it got lost. Now, did it die as I was coming back from break? Is that what happened? So it died in the middle of a break before I started talking. Is that right? Let me do one. It died during the break. Okay, perfect. So we didn't lose much. The only thing we lost, let me just see here for a second. The only thing we lost is me saying how excited I was that we actually finally made a little bit of progress on this case and actually bit off a piece of the puzzle that's now manageable. I mean, it feels good to make a little bit of progress on this case. And we've got Lambert's, we got confirmed our theory of the fake jewelry robbery. And we were talking about tracking down the one remaining, it's like we're pulling that thread. We've made progress on it, now we're pulling that thread. One of the three robbers is still on the run. And according to our notes, let's check in on our notes here. If, by the way, if that happens again tonight, which it could, you know the drill. I'll get on the phone. I'll try to update you guys that I've lost internet. If we can get it back working within 10 or 15 minutes, then we'll reconnect and continue. if we were to have lost internet and couldn't get it back up in 20 minutes or so, then we just would have ended the stream that night and started up the next night. So Anna is reminding us what we know about our missing third robber, which is that he hangs out at Punch and Judy's, and that he's got a girlfriend who's an actress. Let's find that. Okay, so here we are. You can see this, right? This is our Lambert jewelry story. So D. Mills, that's our guy. We can find him at Punch and Judy's at 73 WC, or with a girlfriend actress named William or Wendy, and we're told he dresses fancy. Now, I just want to clarify something, because I keep saying Bon March is a fancy tailor, and then Jonathan keeps correcting me. I think it's Jonathan, telling me it's a sports shop, not a fancy tailor. There is a fancy tailor in the newspaper we might want to consider. Okay, so Bon March is, let's just get this before we start visiting this guy. What is Bon March? Because we've got this thing. It's a sporting goods department that he's got the card for. Okay. So, and I think Jonathan's theory was maybe our guy who's disappeared, Frank Kearney, was investigating the cricket balls and who could have made one up to explode. So I think we want to do this soon, but while we're here then, before we forget, we're going to go looking for D. Mills. What's his first name? Donald Mills. Okay. I did want to note that... Okay. Now, in the paper, Roberts and Parfit, men who dress well, can be supplied with the most fashionable clothing at economical charges. Now, two things should jump out at you about that. First of all, well, one thing. First of all, no, two things. We know something about that neighborhood, Southwark Bridge Road. I believe we've heard that before. But there's another reason that this high-end tailor is connected to Donald Mills. It's not just that he's a fancy dresser. It's that we notice he has fancy coats from Roberts and Parfit in the entry for him, which I think we should read again because it was a cool entry. But this is another place we could get on his trail. Roberts and Parfit Taylor, 88 Southwark Bridge Road. Okay, so you know it's Bridge Road, so probably that should tell us that it's down here in this bad neighborhood, East Central. So we already checked out Blackfriars, but here's Southwark Bridge Road, and there's our 88. So there's his tailor, where Donald Mills is. So I'm going to put a yellow here, which is what we were using to remind us not to forget to go to a place. Although yellow in a yellow neighborhood is a little easy to miss. Okay, where's our Donald Mills person? He lived at 40 WC. Let's make sure we've marked that. Okay, that's 40 WC. And I want us to read this again. Anna says, no, it wasn't that. It was a Radford Jones suit. Okay, maybe I'm reading it wrong. I do want us to reread that. We're taking our time because this was a kind of a cool clue. So let's look at it. We've already been here, we're just rereading it. Our knock brings no response from Donald Mills's room. Wiggins tries the door, we find it unlocked and enter. The dim light that filters through the dirty window reveals the room to be empty with the exception of a few pieces of cheap furniture. Wiggins opens the wardrobe that sits against the wall. There's nothing cheap about these clothes. They're tailor-made by Radford Jones. Okay, you're right. I was wrong. Radford Jones. Maybe we should... Let's see. I'm going to not be able to... I think we need to edit this a little bit and add some of this stuff in here. Boy, look at all this stuff we've got. All right, doesn't want... Oh, yes, it does. It is gonna let me edit it. Is it? So I wanted to make a couple of corrections here. First of all, it's not D. Mills, it's Donald Mills. I mean, that's his full name, which might be important for us at some point. Okay, it can't sync our changes. My changes. Okay, let's try again. We got a lot of notes, don't we? Okay. I might have to ask one of you to do this if it doesn't want to let me. Okay. Donald Mills is our third robber. And dresses fancy. So Bon Marché is not what we're looking here. But his suits are from Radford and Jones. In case, I mean, when you buy the fancy suits, and the chat says there is a Radford and Jones in the directory at 11WC. Okay, so that's excellent. Now, when you buy some super fancy suit, one of the features of that is that they'll know you. They'll remember you. That's the high-end salesperson, people. So, Radford Jones suits are at 11WC. Let's quickly see if we've got an entry for that in case. I mean, obviously, this is not the first way we would try to find them. We'll try to find them at the Punch and Judy and stuff. But we actually do have an entry for an 11WC. So that seems promising. Jones, Radford, suits, Taylor. Okay, so we may be making a visit there at some point at 11WC. Back to this clue because it's kind of funny. Okay, so he's got the fancy Wiggins moves to the dresser, silk shirts and underwear, quite a dapper fellow. On the table by the window, we find a large clay jar, inside of which we find a key stamped with Sylvester's. Did we even note that? I mean, that seems like a pretty huge clue. Did we not note that down? What the hell's that about? Key from Sylvester's. How did we not make a note of that? Where is Sylvester's? And what is Sylvester's? Anna says, I noted this Sylvester's, but you didn't note it in our notes, Anna. You got your own private system. But what about the shared document? And did we look up Sylvester's? Sylvester's is at 84 EC. I don't know what it is, though, but it's got a location. Sylvester's is in the directory at 84 EC. Is that in our list here? It's not. That's strange. Okay, well, 84 EC is not in our list, so we can't actually go to Sylvester's. Unless I wrote it down, unless I'm looking at it wrong. Sylvester's 84 EC. Okay, well, 84 EC isn't a clue point for us. So we're not going to be able to go to Sylvester's. We don't even know what it is. Let's go back to our notes then. Next to the jar is a note. Don, got a call from a man who said he has some jewels to sell. Sounds like the Balfour heist. He's an appointment with Jocelyn at 9 a.m. You and Leo be there. Okay, so we believe that this is from the inside man, Leland. And his note is telling the Mills brothers to rip off the guy who's coming to pawn the Balfour jewels. Okay, and then a woman catches us. We say we're looking for Donald. We're friends of his brothers. She tells us where to find him. And she says, go to the Punch and Judy. That's where he hangs out. If you can't find him there, go find the actress Wilma or Wendy. We say, tell him we're here. And then we leave. And she's like, wait a second. Who do I tell was here? Okay. So we're going to go try to find him now. We got 3 places to locate him. Punch and Judy's, with the girlfriend, or at this fancy tailor shop. And Anna thought she found the girlfriend actress. Let's see, Anna, where did you see the actress? Traveling maid. The ad about a play. We've got The Elephant and Castle. She's not in that. An ad about a play. Was it in the first day's paper or the second day's paper? The theater, Prince of Wales Theater, in what paper? We still haven't been to the... Prince of Wales Theater, Edna Whelan in A Run of Luck for 1 guinea. I don't see Wilma. Unless you think they're talking about her last name, Whelan. Is that what you think? That they're talking about possibly her last name, Whelan, sounding like Wilma? Maybe. Edna Whelan. All right, well, let's start with the easy one. So Edna Whelan sort of sounds like Wilma. Okay, you might be right. Let's start with Punch and Judy, though. But only if it's changed for today, right? Otherwise, we'll wait till day 2 and go during the day. All right, let's see. Punch and Judy was 73 WC. 73 WC does not change, so we're not going to go to there yet. How about the Suits 11 WC? That doesn't change either, so we'll go to that tomorrow. All right, so we're putting off going to places that... Okay, how about your play? Okay, the Prince of Wales Theater. Where is the Prince of Wales Theater? 83, 68, wait. 1 guinea, Mitchell's Royal Library at 68 Bond Street or 83 Bishopgate Street. Those are the ticket offices. How about the actual theater? The only reason we're looking these up now is to see if there's any reason we need to go to them today, which we don't think there is. Theaters. There's not even a Prince of Wales Theatre. Prince of Wales Theatre. I don't even see it under theaters. All right, well, I don't think that's going to be it then, but I could be wrong. We'll worry about it later. All right, let's look for more things to do before the day's up. Otherwise, we'll just call this a day. I did think we should go to some more allies. So we've got the Pall Mall Gazette that looks like it wants us to go there. The Pall Mall Gazette, which was our first newspaper, 90 Southwest. Since that's going to change, let's go there. Let's give them a call. Newspapers run 24 hours a day. 67. Let's go to the Pall Mall Gazette before the end of the day. So if we go to the Pall Mall Gazette to talk to the guy who wrote the articles, Mr. Jameson's not in at the moment. If you would care to leave your card, I'll make sure he gets it. Do you expect him later? You can never tell with these reporters. He may be back later today or he may be in tomorrow. I really can't say. All right, well, that was nice and clean. We've done the Pall Mall Gazette. We haven't talked to Langdale Pike. It does seem like Langdale Pike would be a good person to talk to about all these rich people and Lord Sipton and all that. So let's go to Langdale Pike, one of our informants. Langdale's at 2 Southwest. And his entry changes. That's why we're going there before we finish off the night. I think we're almost done here with day 2. Okay, so Langdale Pike has got us 2 choices. If it's before noon or if it's afternoon. Well, it's late into the evening, so we're going to say it's afternoon. So this is day 2 night. Before, after, 36. Let's see what he says. Okay, Langdale Pike. We find Langdale Pike seated in an overstuffed chair with an unusually large audience. Langdale notices us as we work our way towards him. "Ah, Wiggins, your presence must mean that Holmes is again in need of my help. Here, sit down next to me." Langdale removes his feet from the hassock and beckons Wiggins to sit. "Look upon it as my civic duty to help Holmes when he needs it. I assume you are here for information on the murder of Sir Henry Cole. Of course you are. Well, I am most certainly the one to fill you in on Cole and Ormond. When I was a young man and was just starting my career as a reporter, one of the first stories I covered this was the Ormond scandal, as we in the press called it. This would have been in 67. Wiggins, a little before your time." The Ormond scandal. Ormond was the darling of the Conservatives, Disraeli's right-hand man. Cole was a member of the Liberal Party. Both were MPs from London and on the opposite side of every issue. There was little doubt that Disraeli was going to be the next prime minister and that his choice for Home Secretary was Ormond. Cole could not accept this and set out to destroy Ormond. He couldn't do it politically, so he attacked Ormond on a personal level. He had more than enough ammunition at hand. Ormond was a wealthy young man who loved women. He had married Agnes Duff, who ironically was a cousin of Henry Cole. Even after his marriage, he continued to lead a wild life. His escapades kept the press in stories, most of them harmless enough, well, all but one. Ormond apparently fell in love with Lady Bradford. We know that name. That's Balfour's wife, right? Isn't Lady Bradford Balfour's wife? Whoa. Ormond apparently fell in love with Lady Bradford. Passionately in love. Indeed, there was even talk of divorce and elopement. But such steps, which would have placed the lovers beyond the pale of society, were fortunately never taken, for Ormond discovered that Lady Bradford was not content with his attentions alone. While Lady Bradford found out that Agnes Ormond was pregnant, and as Agnes's morals were beyond reproach, there could be little doubt that Ormond was the father. Enraged by the evidence that her lover had not abandoned his wife's bed, Lady Bradford wrote him a letter of furious reproach, which arrived at Ormond's house while he was out of London. His wife, who said that she had been asked to open all his correspondence during his absence, read it with horror. In the letter, Lady Bradford stated that he must leave home immediately and join her, that one of her children was his, and that he had no right to beget a child by his wife, and more to that effect. To make a long story short, that's a new twist, mumbles Wiggins. Sorry, Wiggins? I said there seems to be a lot of twists to this story. Oh, you haven't heard the half of them, I'm sure. Please continue. Well, needless to say, the letter got into the hands of Henry Cole, and he made use of it right away. He sent a copy to Disraeli and achieved his desired effect. Ormond was excluded from the party's inner circle. Cole leaked the story to the press. I know because I got it from him personally. I'm surprised that Ormond didn't kill Cole then. And what was the outcome of the scandal? Well, Ormond retained his seat in Parliament, but he changed his lifestyle, went back to his wife and son, and appeared to the outside world a dutiful husband. He never again aspired to high public office, but became a hard-working and powerful party member, although his power was out of view of the public as a whole. Why would Ormond kill Cole now after all those years? Oh, who can tell, Wiggins? Maybe you and Holmes can find out and tell me. You will tell me, won't you? Well, if I find out anything that I can tell you, I will. And what became of Lady Bradford? Well, after Lady Bradford, Lord Bradford died in 81. She married Jabez Balfour, a man who could handle both her and her wealth. Balfour, the head of the Temperance Society? Yes, Jabez is a big advocate of temperance for others. Marion Jabez Balfour is one of London's largest land developers. He has made himself a fortune while paying the working men 8% on the money they have invested in his building society. A powerful man, a member of Parliament, and founder of the Band of Hope Temperance Society. He's actually a member of Parliament. I don't think we knew that. Well, thank you for the information, Pike. We have to leave, but I do have one more question. Of course, my boy. What is it? Have you heard of Franklin Kearney, the sports reporter? Sports? No, Wiggins. I know nothing about outdoor sports or sports writers. Okay, thanks again. Must you leave, Wiggins? I have a great story about Lord Marcus Carleton. Some other time. I'm sure the others would like to hear it. It seems that Lord Carleton was staying at the Prince of Wales estate and seems to have tiptoed into a dark room and to have leapt joyfully into what he believed to be some obliging lady's bed, only to find himself in the protesting arms of the Bishop of Chester. When the Prince of Wales heard, and then we just tiptoe ourselves out. Okay. Well, that was a big clue. Big clue on Balfour's wife. All right. What was the part about him having a baby? Agnes Ormond was pregnant, and Lady Bradford sends a letter, and one of her children was his. Okay, so Ormond, father of Lady Balfour's kids, but we don't know of any kids of his. We haven't met them. Okay, I guess we're back again. Boy, this is a little rough. I suppose, so I'm going to assume you can see me now. Jonathan, it's back if you refresh. Hopefully everyone's refreshed. I'm going to refresh here. Okay, so I think we're back. I can see in the chat. We're going to have to decide what to do if this keeps happening, because obviously no one wants to actually keep sitting through this. Let me just bring down this so I can see. All right, well, we'll try this again. If we lose internet again, we may just have to call an early end to tonight's stream. I believe we lost connection while we were talking about that entry we just read about that Langdale Pike was telling us. Basically, he was telling us that Ormond was the father of one of Lady Bradford's, which is Balfour's wife, one of her children, but it sounds like before she met Balfour. So Balfour would have no reason to hate Ormond for that. That's an important point to recognize, right? This all happened before Balfour married her and got her money. All right. Very fascinating entry. You know, actually, it's been useful for the internet to go out because it's always fun to learn how these things work and how it works. And it turns out that because I've got the monitor showing me the chat and I've got my display here, that I actually can see fairly quickly when we go offline, which is important because I don't want to be talking for a half hour before I recognize that we're offline. So it's not the worst thing in the world. And if we're only down for 5-10 minutes, then YouTube keeps the connection alive. All right. So we may be almost done with day 2. Were there any other allies that we wanted to talk to? We haven't tried Fred Porlock, who I'm very interested to see, but he doesn't change, so we don't have to rush for that. And it says it's just why they take the body to Ormond's office, not the real motive of this murder. Yeah, well, here's the thing. It seems like it would make sense that someone is trying to get rid of the MPs in the opposite direction. But what will be complicated to us, if it turns out that Henry Cole and Reginald Ormond both felt the same way, and we're going to vote the same way about the Beer Act, then it makes sense you could kill one and frame the other, and then you've knocked 2 of them off the commission. It will be more interesting if it turns out that Henry Cole was going to vote one way, and Reginald Ormond was going to vote another way. That would then suggest to you that 2 different parties, one killed and one framed, like competing interests, knocking one each off the commission. So we really have to learn what their positions were. And how might we learn that? This is one of these moments, like a teachable moment. So let's pause for a second and ask, how would we learn? We haven't come across it yet. How would we learn what their positions were on the Beer Act? What would be your suggestions if this was the challenge you had? Where to go to learn what their positions were on the Beer Act, which would give us a motive for killing them. So let's see what the chat can come up with. They were supposed to be at the same meeting at the Cheshire Cheese. That's fine, and that doesn't tell us what position they're at. And we went there to see if anyone overheard it, and no one did. They were arguing, that's right. With Shank, that's right. It would seem that a logical place to go, I mean, we tried Parliament, we tried Mycroft, he didn't help us, but it does seem like the logical place to go would be other people on the commission, right? And we've got a bunch more people on the commission. We've got the Shanks, we tried to visit them, they were busy. But we've got a bunch more people. We've got the Thickerston's Brewery, they're on the commission. And then we've got 2 more MPs on the commission. One was Wystan Darte. He's at 56 Northwest. No, 56 Southwest. His entry doesn't change, so we'll probably leave Wystan Darte for tomorrow. Who was the other person on the commission? Here's our commission. So the Shanks we tried to talk to, they're busy today. Glenn Judson, the brewer, okay, we know he's at, we can fill in these question marks a bit. We know Greg Judson is the brewer at the Thickersons. We know Sir Winston Darte. We know where he is. I thought there was one more. Is that it? Maybe that's it. All right, so we'll talk to those people tomorrow. Jonathan says, maybe we should reread Cole's office entry. I thought I remember saying something about the two's relationship being mentioned. Well, a bunch of people have told us that they've had a rocky relationship, but it's fine now. But we could take a look at his entry, where his entry was 77 EC. 77 EC. I'm not sure we've been to that. Surely we must have been to that. Cole office. I know we've been to it, but let's just check it out again. 96. I know they're not in a good mood there. Their boss has just had his... Wait a second. Oh, okay. So that's actually a different entry. So we have an address listed for Cole in EC. Henry Cole. All right, so if you look at this, written down, we have Henry Cole office, question mark. It's not his office. This is his home. His office was in Parliament. So we could read that. We could reread his office, but I suppose since Cole's entry doesn't change, we'll go visit Cole's home tomorrow. But Jonathan wanted to revisit Cole's office. Okay, Cole's office was Parliament. 202, it looks like. We'll just quickly scan through it. Henry Cole was 171. In the notes, we should clarify that we've got Henry Cole's home address. All right, let's read what Cole's office says. We'll skim it because we've read it before. Atmosphere of the late Sir Henry Cole can best be described as somber. Only occupant is a well-groomed man of serious mind who sits at the only desk in the outer part of the office, wearing a black armband. He looks up as we enter. I wonder if that means that he's Jewish. Wiggins takes up his hat as he approaches. He says, most appalling, we're all still in a state of shock. Why would anyone want to murder him? That's what we're here to ask you. He says, I honestly can't explain it. I have heard rumors of past personal differences between Sir Henry and Reginald Ormond, but they've worked together on numerous commissions and projects, and I've seen nothing to indicate deep-seated animosity. Yeah, we know they're not real. He didn't kill him. Did he have an appointment? No. As a matter of fact, he did not. He left this office about noon. This was actually good because we were wondering when their lunch was. And that's sort of important now that we know that Henry Cole left around noon. So that's when we would be looking for a cab ride. And he was supposed to go to the old Cheshire Cheese, but he never arrived. So we might want to look for a cab from Parliament at noon. There might be several, but that might be where he really went. Or someone might have snatched him right off the street, for all we know. Where's Parliament? You might wonder if we should ask if anyone's seen anything across the street, but you can't really ask Westminster Abbey. That's like a government office. I don't think they're gonna... Well, I don't know. Shay Smith says it's not just a Jewish thing. It may just be Australia. Well, we're gonna be... we'll be visiting his home soon. Did he leave or was he killed there? No, he left. He wasn't killed in Parliament. No one was killed in Parliament. He was found dead in the law offices of Reginald Ormond, but he left Parliament and he was going to go somewhere when he was intercepted and killed, is what happened. His secretary knows that he was planning to go to the Cheshire Cheese. So unless he had reason to lie about that, which we don't think he did, it means he was intercepted at some point and stopped. So we might look for who might have intercepted him. All right, let's just look for anything else that's going to change that we want to go to before it changes. We've got, it feels like we've done most of everything that we know of. There are places we don't know of, but unless we plan to study the carriage logs, I don't think we're going to have much luck there. Peter Northrop, John Duggan. Leo Mills, we went to his place. Okay. David Sadler, I guess these don't change. What about 19? We don't know what that is. 40. Just looking for places that change, which is a little bit of a cheat. Punch and Judy's we haven't been to, but that doesn't change. That one we don't know what it is. Porlock doesn't change, right? So we have an entry that changes here for Julius Benedict. This is one of the Marleybone people. Julius Benedict, where is he? He's a batsman. He was the drunk one. So his entry changes. So we should visit him before he has a chance to get his story straight. All right. 27 Northwest, Julius Benedict. Jonathan hasn't found any good cabs. And it says, yes, English custom was wearing an armband. Okay, so it wasn't just a Jewish thing, it was a general thing. 24. Okay, let's talk to Julius Benedict. It feels like maybe we should have followed up some of these leads of the Marleybone people early, but we had to pick our battles. All right, here we are. Late night, knocking on the door of this drunk guy. Let's see what he has to say for himself. Sir Julius Benedict's butler shows us to the conservatory, where we find Sir Julius relaxing on a chaise lounge. He's in his mid-40s, tall, with a badly pockmarked face. His left hand is bandaged, and his right hand holds a glass. On the small table next to him is a bottle of gin and a gasogene. Okay, we've got a new word to look up. What is a gasogene? Gasogene. What can I do for you? Sir Julius gives no indication that we can take a seat around the small table, so we continue to stand. We'd like to ask you some questions. Who are you? We work for Sherlock Holmes. The detective? Well, I don't know what I can tell him. What do you want to know? Do you know who put the bomb in the cricket ball? No, it was just a silly prank. Pained look comes over his face as he looks at his bandaged hand. Who would... look, I said I don't know who did it. It was a silly prank done in bad taste. I don't need a private detective to nose around in it. If you'll excuse me, I need to rest. If I could just ask you one more question. Do you know Franklin Kearney? The cricket reporter? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I know of him. I read his column and I met him at the Barleybone Club, but I don't really know the man. Now, if you will leave, please. All right, well, what did you guys get a feel for him? And Tina says a gas engine is probably something that makes carbonated water. Interesting. It was a little seltzer maker with at that time. Gasogen. I'd love to have confirmation about that. All right, what do you make of this? I mean, this is what we assumed, that it was a prank and he had nothing to do with it and he was just drunk. But it is interesting that he doesn't want people nosing around in it. I think maybe just because he doesn't want people to find out that he was drunk. But I don't... I don't think he's involved in anything. All right. This was Julius Benedict. Then we've got some more people, but we don't know. None of the ones changed that we know of. Except Lord Goodwin does change. Okay, so we need to complete our rounds of these Morleybone people. Now we're going to visit Lord Goodwin, who's again at the club. In fact, he was the guy who was super angry. And he's the guy who said, I'm not going to be pushed around by some low-level underworld guy. Anna says, what's with his bandaged hand? I think maybe because he put up his hand when the bomb exploded. You don't think his hand is damaged because of the break-in at the Balfour Jewels, do you? Do we need to reread that? We might need to read the story of the bomb going off again, but are you thinking that it wasn't just from the cricket match? It was just a silly prank. A pained look comes over his face as he looks at his bandaged hand. Who would... He says, I don't need an investigator. His left hand is bandaged and his right hand holds a glass. His badly pockmarked face. All right, I'll just put in our notes. Wounded from bomb or else. I think that's got to be from the bomb. And it says, no, I thought maybe they threatened him. You think maybe the guy who broke his fingers? But the guy who breaks fingers is working for Balfour. So this guy also works for Balfour. So it doesn't seem like he would be that guy. All right, let's go visit Lord Goodwin. 73 Northwest Lord Goodwin. But I suppose I need to write down that we just went to 27 Northwest Julius Benedict. So let's make a mark on that. They all live in this upper crust area. .27 is where the other guy lived, and this guy lives at 73 Northwest. Okay, Lord Goodwin. Lord Goodwin is kind of important for us because he was the guy who stormed out and was upset about this whole business. He was upset after the bomb went off, and he said, I'm not going to be pushed around by some low-level underworld thug. So actually, I'm very suspicious that this guy knows stuff. Let's see if we can get something out of him. The street in front of Lord Goodwin's house is crowded with comings and goings wagons that are being loaded with boxes and crates by servants who, like an army of ants, bring boxes from the house and then return for another load in a seemingly endless stream. The butler who's directing the activity informs us that Lord Goodwin is in the garden. After a few minutes' wait, while our calling cards are sent in, we are led to the garden and Lord Goodwin. He appears to be in his early 20s, small and wiry, and seems to be full of nervous energy. Early 20s, boy, he's a young one. What do you want? Asks Lord Goodwin as he lights a cigarette. We're hoping that your lordship could fill us in on the details of Sunday's cricket match. Details? What details? Lord Goodwin's high-pitched voice almost turns into a squeal. Well, anything that your lordship might think important. Details about the bombing, for example. His lordship takes a long puff of his cigarette, drops it to the ground, and puts it out with his foot. We can see at least 10 other butts on the ground that have been extinguished in the same way. Bombing? What do you know about the bombing? He removes another cigarette from his gold case and lights it. Well, only that a small bomb was put in the cricket ball. The paper said as a prank. Prank? It was no prank, I'll tell you that. He pauses to take more puffs from his cigarette. No, indeed, no prank. Everybody can say it doesn't mean anything, but I know that it does, and I'm not waiting around to... To what, sir? What does it mean? Oh, it's a warning. A warning from a man whose warnings should be taken seriously. He controls... Oh, I've said too much. How do I know who you are? Get out. I have things to do. Are you leaving London, sir? That is of no concern of yours. Okay, so he's scared. Lord Goodwin is scared. And he thinks the bombing is a warning. So what? He thinks Moriarty, that's what it is. Okay. He doesn't say low level, I think. I think he does, and I'll tell you how I read it. When you put these two together, I think when they were having that argument in the club, he was saying, this is a warning from Moriarty, the big shot. I'm not going to be pushed around by Belfour to be involved in this stuff that's going to get me killed. That's how I read these two sections, this one and the Marleybone Club. I think he's arguing because he thinks that Belfour is getting him in trouble. And he's not going to follow Belfour to his death. So we could confirm that we could take a look at that cricket club thing again to see if my reading is correct. 48 Northwest was the cricket club. Let's see. Sir Julius had been drinking. This is at the Marleybone Cricket Club. And he says, I thought it was just a joke. Lord Goodwin was extremely upset. He and other members of the team, minus Kennedy, Lloyd Perkins, and myself, went into one of the private rooms. They were in there for close to 2 hours. The first to leave were Sir Vincent and Clive Dornan. Sir Vincent... Oh, I see. It wasn't Goodwin who said this anyway. Lord Goodwin was extremely upset. Okay, so Vincent says that he wasn't going to be controlled by some underworld thug. Okay, so first of all, Anna's right. He doesn't say low-level underworld thug, but I guess underworld thug implies that it's some low level. but it's actually not Goodwin at all. It's Vincent who's saying this. Goodwin is just scared. Goodwin is just scared. Okay, so he doesn't have a role in any of this. I mean, he may be involved in the bad, corrupt dealings, but he's obviously not involved in all these recent murdering. He's just afraid of whoever he thinks is warning them to stop what they're doing, which is probably Moriarty, he thinks. So he's just scared. Probably from Moriarty is what he probably thinks. Or maybe he doesn't even know who it is. Moriarty might be over his head. The only thing that's important for him is that he's not going to get himself killed over this. Okay. So the only place I think we've got left that we should go before we end the day is the Sporting Gazette. I want to disagree with Anna here. Anna says the thug referred to Moriarty. Anna says, and they were not without their power. You might have a point there, but that seems like anyone who knows Moriarty would know not to refer to him as just a simple thug. But if he did say we're not without our power, they were not without their power. Okay, well, you're right. If he says they're not without their power, then that must mean that he's not going to let himself get pushed around by Moriarty. I guess it makes a little sense. You've got some small group of the Marylebone Belfort people who are trying to fight back against Moriarty. So it sounds like Sir Vincent is one of them. All right, so I believe the last place for us to go is back to the Police Gazette. Not the Police Gazette, the Sporting Gazette, where our guy worked. We can go back there before we end the night. Looks like that might change. So let's do that. That is 42 QP, Sporting Gazette. 45. Okay, so Sporting Gazette, where Kearney worked. Maybe they've got news. Maybe they've got news of him. Anna is on top of her game these days. Okay, Sporting Gazette is the same place we've actually already been there. So it's not changed. Sporting Gazette. I see, it's changing for tomorrow, not for yesterday. I suppose I shouldn't be too crazy about making sure we get all the places. As long as we've got a bunch of them, we're already sort of cheating ourselves a little by doing this, so we don't have to be crazy about it, huh? So I wonder if I was a little inconsistent here. 26 EC and 27, 26 and 27. Okay, I think we're done. I think we're ready to move to day 2. 3 hours in, we're still on day 2, wrapping up day 2. Okay. Let's tidy up our workstation a bit here. All right, so it's been a long day 2. Let's just chat for a little bit. Anna says, I remember Quentin said police tried to investigate Balfour's boxing bets years ago, but he was too powerful then. I guess Balfour is not someone to be trifled with. Who is... Okay, we seem to be back. No one knows how long it's going to be till the next crash, but I guess if we can get an hour in between them, we'll just take these internet crashes as our breaks. I'm going to assume that we're back online. The chat is having some interesting discussion here, making good use of our downtime to talk about the case. And the discussion is circling around Moriarty's role in this case. And one of the big questions we have is whether Northrop was broken out by Moriarty or Balfour. And Jonathan proposed an interesting idea. We know from the hotel discussion that a small, nasty man was with Northrop and his wife, threatening them, and that Northrop says, I'm not going to tell you anything about where the plates are until I talk to the professor, which we think is Moriarty. So the question was, did Moriarty break him out? We were thinking that small man might be Balfour, who's like a dwarf. But Jonathan was suggesting maybe it was one of the Mills brothers, because the Mills brothers are described as very short, and that's a very interesting idea. But then the chat seems to be convinced that Moriarty is involved in the robbery at Lambert's that stole Balfour jewels. But I tried to make a point in the notes from last night that originally, this is part about the robbery. Originally, I thought that Balfour might have an informant, or maybe Moriarty knew things, and then that they ripped off Balfour when he was trying to pawn his jewels. But I don't think that's right, because we've now seen the note that Leland Jones sent to the Mills brothers. Leland Jones is the worker at Lambert's. And Leland Jones firsthand says, hey, I was at the shop. Someone just called in, set up a meeting. It sounded like they've got the Belfour jewels. Come rob them. That's not Moriarty. Moriarty has nothing to do with that piece of the story. That's just a very believable case where an inside crook who works at the jewelry store has called his friends and said a big whale is coming in. Go rob him. So I don't think the Lambert robbery has anything to do with Moriarty. Now, Northrop's a different story. I don't see any reason to think Moriarty's involved. Now, if we can connect Mills to Moriarty, that's a different matter. And we are going to be trying to track down Mills tomorrow. Let me point out something. We're basically done with day 2, I believe. I want to point out something I noticed. Between streams yesterday, there was a suggestion that we look at these notes again to see where exactly in Queen's Park was Belfour denying purchasing property. Like, that's an aspect of this case that we don't quite understand. Why is he denying purchasing, and why does he care about these properties? So I wanted us to reread this again, but as I was looking at it, something jumped out at me. Something pretty significant jumped out at me. Do you notice anything else when we're looking at this? So let's see. This is Jameson reporting that Monday next, a major new development project from Jabez Belfour, a large, mostly undeveloped area in the northwest section of Queen's Park suburb. Okay, northwest section. Presumably in the area bounded by Doyle Gardens and High Street. So maybe we should look at this area and see where this is. Maybe there's we can stop by and talk to someone about it. Most of these lands are held by the Lands Allotment Company, which is going to get a huge amount of profit. Now, why is he denying it? It's been vehemently denied. He confirmed that much of the land was owned. He insists there are no immediate major development plans. We don't know why. We think he's a lie. So we might want to come look at this. Okay. That's right. Jonathan saw what I saw. Jonathan saw what I saw. Look at that coincidence. We noted these were from months ago, July 6th, but our letter about Vincent Derrick is smack in the middle at July 8th. And he was found in Queen's Park. I think he's going to have been found in this area, perhaps. But Jonathan saw exactly what I saw. That the letter from Vincent Derrick on day 2 is postmarked. Oh, I guess it wasn't postmarked smack in the middle. 18 July. Okay, not smack in the middle, but still back during this time. Do we know what Vincent Derrick did for a living? Can someone remind me? We know he's widowed with a daughter, and he had his smoking jacket on. Do we know anything about what he did? What was his occupation? maybe his daughter. Anna says, okay, Derek seems a little more interesting now that he died smack in the middle of when this whole stuff was going on. But now, do we know anything about him? I'm trying to remember. If we don't. Maybe we haven't talked to his daughter yet. We're going to. Sorry, I just got to do this. So perhaps she'll tell us. Anna says, we don't know. We got to go talk to the daughter. Okay, well, that's all for day 2, and maybe we're going to see more in the paper. All right, so we're almost spending all of today's stream just wrapping up day 2. All right, so I have now we're now at the end of day 2. We're formally closing up day 2. I have filled up the first notebook's worth of notes on the Queen's Park case. So we've got a new notebook for day 3. Are you ready to read day 3? This is a serious case. I don't, anyone who said this was easier than, or less overwhelming than Adventures by Gaslight, I don't think I agree. It feels like Queen's Park, at least the original case, is, it's the biggest, most daunting Sherlock Holmes consulting detective case we've ever played. Anna says now we don't just have a normal time machine, we've got a time-expanding machine now. It's pretty amazing to think about the work that went into creating this case. We should say something. And I think Anna's said exactly what I was going to say. If you play by the rules, you would have read, an eighth of the clues that we've read by day 2. Like, we have read so many more clues than most people would. So actually, if you play by the rules, it would not be so big and long and overwhelming, perhaps, as it has been for us. But as Jonathan points out, it's going to be about whether the questions may be harder to answer because they haven't seen so much. But it is true that if you're just picking 10 leads to go to, and we've gone to 3 times that many, then it's going to be a different experience. So we are having a unique experience, although some people will have played days over and over again. Okay. Day 3. Boy, I'm looking at myself in my monitor here, and I can see the effect of all of the cookies and sweets over the last week. I can see it. All right. Here we are, day 3, traveling back in time to 1888. At some point, this case, the pacing of this case has got to slow down a little bit, don't you think? Here we go. Day 3. Friday, 7 September 1888, day 3 of the Queen's Park affair. Upon our arrival at Baker Street, we find Dr. Watson seated at the table with his used breakfast dishes still in front of him. He looks up from the newspaper he's reading as we enter. "Good morning. Come in and help yourselves to some coffee. The papers are certainly full of gruesome murders. It appears that our friend Dr. Meeks has been kept quite busy. Holmes asked me to show you this letter which arrived by the morning post. He also wanted me to remind you that the Central News Agency is often a useful source of information." "Yeah, but isn't that the obituary service?" "Yes, it is. To that end, their files are quite comprehensive with regards to a certain class, that is." I guess he's saying the class that gets obituaries. Okay, so he's telling us to go to the Central News Agency to look at obits. All right. Well, look at what we've got here. Dear Mr. Holmes, I understand you've been looking for me. I'm writing to inform you that I'm all right and unharmed. I've had to go out of town for a few days on business and shall return in a day or two. I appreciate your concern, but your help is unnecessary. I'll explain when I return. Sincerely, Franklin Kearney. Well, are we going to find that his fiancée and best friend also got similar letters? We've got handwriting here. Some pretty distinctive handwriting. Do we have any of Kearney's handwriting? We do. We absolutely do. We've got his article. Yes, we've got his article. Now, I'll remind you that we're not 100% sure that he wrote this article. However, his boss found it. So his boss would know and would have said it's not his handwriting. So I think we might be able to assume that this is his handwriting. All right, well, let's have a look. Let's start by looking at September. Let's see what we can look at here. Well, it looks pretty darn similar September. A capital S looks the same, disconnected from the EPT, which are connected and look pretty similar. Not exactly. T's a little different, but pretty similar. All right, let's look for a little more. These, what do we see here when we look at this? What jumps out? Those eyes look very distinctive. Like that's an unusual way to write an I, wouldn't you say? And there's his signature name. I mean, that would be kind of nice to look at. Let's just see. What else jumps out at you looking at his writing? The eyes for sure. Anything else jump out at you? It reads wrong, right? In terms of it reads like, no one should be worried. Like you would think that he would have explained why or known that we would be worried. He seems very cavalier about it. I'm just seeing, is there anything else in here that we can look for matches of? Nothing else really jumps out as being very stylized other than those eyes. The G's are nice and loopy. The of looks a little interesting. Do they all of his ofs look like this? Like that F has a very low descender. Or do we have any other F's to look at? Yeah, there's another F with a very low descender. All right, so maybe take a look at F's, G's, and the I's. All right, let's see if we can find some of them here. And maybe a T, a capital T at least. I don't know if we have any more of those. All right, let's see. What have we got? I mean, his writing here seems much tighter, but that may just be because he's writing an article and trying to compress it. I'm not sure we're going to find any capital I's here. The G's are loopy. Where's his F's? Okay, well there's an F in from with a big low descender. So he's got big loopy G's and a big low descender F. Well, this looks like his handwriting to me. Capital letters are nice to focus on. What capital letters do we have here? Mostly I's. I appreciate, and when I return, I will explain. There's a D. That's a pretty distinctive D. Any capital D's here? And a capital F. Friday. Boy, that's a pretty distinctive F if we found another F. Franklin Kearney. This looks like his handwriting to me. Anyone disagree? Capital IT in second line. There's our capital IT. Okay, let's look at that I, because that's a pretty distinctive I. Okay, so there's his I in this one. And there's his I here. Boy, that is just too similar. Okay, seems to me this is a real valid letter from Franklin Kearney. I understand you've been looking for him. Ready to inform you that I am all right and unharmed. I have had to go out of town for a few days on business. Why is he lying? Shall return in a day or two. I appreciate your concern. Your help is unnecessary. Strange. Why isn't this... What? Oh, Holmes asked me to show you this letter which arrived by the Morning Post. All right, well, let's see if he sent a letter to his fiancée. Does anyone disagree that this is his handwriting? It's very neatly printed. He doesn't seem stressed. Capital H looks different. Holmes and Hargraves. Okay. There's a capital H for Holmes. And if we look here, let's see. Where is our H? Hargraves is here. Okay, let's compare. So Shay is saying the H. Let me just erase this a little bit. I mean, yes, a little bit different. You're right, it's a little different. It's different. But on the other hand, it's also not connected to the rest of the cursive. It's a standalone H. The basic shape of it looks right. He just didn't do the top flourish here. Although here's another H, which is also doesn't have the top curve that the Holmes one does. But boy, that's pretty thin. Maybe you're writing someone's name, you write it a little fancier. That's not enough to jump out at me. A little different shade, but I'm not sure. That wouldn't be enough for me to think that it was someone's different handwriting. Anna says, he didn't even tell Quentin what he found, so why would he tell us anything? Of course, he's lying. He's against very powerful people. So you're saying he just doesn't want us to get involved. All right. Well, we've got a lot to do today. Reminder, if we go offline again, we're just going to take it as our break. All right. It's time to plan our day. I've got places I want to go, but I think thematically it makes sense that we hit the fiancé and Quentin and see if they've gotten letters too. What do you think about that? Day 3, Friday. Let me look at my sheet here. Alice Gardner's at 3 Northwest. And she's got a different entry. Let's visit her. And, oh, John says, don't forget the paper. Yes, you're right. Don't forget the paper. And let's also not forget to go to Central News Agency obits. You're right, Jonathan. There's the paper. Okay. Do you think that it's going to turn out when we finish this case that when Space Cowboys reprinted it, they didn't cut it down in size substantially? Do you think that they decided to make it a shorter game? I wonder. I mean, they took a whole day. They chopped a whole day off it. That sounds like if you play the Space Cowboys version, you're going to get a shorter experience, a substantially shorter experience. Even if you play by the official rules. Okay, here we go. The Police Gazette. Ooh, this looks interesting. In fact, we got some little risque photos here. I think we got an interesting paper ahead of us. The Police Gazette. All right, here we go. The Police Gazette, Friday, September 3rd. Let's take a look at the paper as a whole. Here it is. All right, first article. American champion thrills London audience. Professor John Loris, the champion revolver and rifle shot of America, opened a week-long booking at the Elephant and Castle Theater last night to the cheers of an enthusiastic audience. Loris surprised the crowd by his wonderful shooting. The feat that captured the spectators was shooting a glass ball dangling from his own head. This was accomplished by sighting a rifle upon a stand at a glass ball dangling from a string some 8 yards away. Then Professor Loris placed himself under the glass ball, which just grazed his cap, and taking quick aim with another rifle at the trigger of the suspended rifle, fired. The ball striking the trigger discharged the suspended rifle, the glass ball of which shattered the glass ball. 2 rifles. He shoots the trigger of one, which shoots the ball on his head. That's insane. Maybe just a scam. He also placed a revolver ball through a heart, placed a heart upon a card held by his assistant, the heart being about an inch in diameter. His assistant is a shapely young woman, Mademoiselle Altina, and she has a remarkable nerve or an unbounded confidence in her partner's marksmanship. The professor shot cards from beneath her teeth, glass balls from her head and hands, and other feats that kept the spectators in a thrill. So you saw the way I read that, because we've got another indication of a possible professor. Morris is a sturdily built Greek, 29 years old, 5 foot 10 inches tall, fairly handsome. He's lived in the United States since he was a lad of 10 years. He was a gunsmith, and his trade brought him into rifle shooting. He has been successful in 11 matches and now sights for higher game. His last contest was with Ed Smith for the Championship of Canada. Hey, look, here's a story we care about. Man falls to death. A man identified as Leland Johnson fell to his death during the night at his home in Clipstone Street. Oh, the markers are going a little bit crazy here. Clipstone Street. Johnson was a clerk at Lambert's Jewelers, which was the scene of a daring robbery yesterday. Police have not dismissed the possibility of foul play. However, they have released no further information at this time. Okay. Yeah, he fell to his death, but he was thrown out a window. Oh, look at this. Quentin's got a story about the letter that we're working on by Quentin Hogg. It has come to the attention of this reporter that the estimable consulting detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, received a letter this morning in this morning's post from the late Mr. Vincent Derrick. Seems like he's a day late. We got that letter yesterday. The president of the Lands Allotment Company. We were wondering what Vincent Derrick's profession was and if he had any relation to our case, and now, bingo. Holy cow, he's fully tied into our case. Vincent Derrick, the president of the Lands Allotment Company, was found dead outside the Queen's Park Hotel. So we've learned what his tie into our case is and where he was found dead, where he was staying last July. In the letter, Mr. Derrick requested that Mr. Holmes investigate his murder. The medical examiner has ruled that the death was the result of accidental causes. While we do not seriously believe that this letter was written by a dead man, we do believe that the message should be taken seriously. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Derrick's death did present some interesting puzzles. Mr. Derrick was found on the bank of the Grand Junction Canal. The bank of the Grand Junction Canal, clad only in his dressing gown and slippers. The medical examiner determined that the cause of death was a blow to the head, presumably the result of a fall. There was talk of suicide earlier in the investigation, although there was little evidence pointing to such a conclusion, nor was the deceased known to have any proclivity towards such a desperate and final act. Mr. Derrick was staying at the hotel in preparation for a business meeting the following day. None of his business associates could be reached today for comment. We are anxiously awaiting the outcome of Mr. Holmes's investigation. We hope that he will allow this paper to publish the results. And look at that. We've got a picture, an illustration of Vincent Derrick. There's the guy who wrote to us saying, please investigate my murder. I'm not happy about how it turned out. Okay, business meeting the following day. Do we have an exact day? Maybe the obituaries will tell us the exact day when he died. Or maybe we learned it somewhere, but I can't remember. Okay, the Grand Junction Canal is at QP. Let's go take a break. Let's take a look at this Queen's Park map and see if we can't get our bearings about Vincent Derrick. Vincent Derrick case is quite intriguing. Okay, so we're told he was staying at the hotel. The hotel is 85. A little bit hard to read on this map, but 85 looks like it's here, maybe? Here. Okay, so here's the hotel. Sorry. Here's the hotel where he was staying. All right. Now, where was he found? On the bank of the Grand Junction Canal. So here's the Grand Junction Canal. I guess it goes all the way through. So he's staying at this hotel, so maybe he just walked out his door and was found in the hotel on the canal. Well, we'll want to go to the hotel. Business meeting, huh? Where is the land that Belfort denies that he's going to work on? The northwest section, bounded by Doyle Gardens, Garden Road, and High Street. Okay, let's find it. There's Doyle Gardens. Garden Road. Doyle Gardens. I think maybe it's saying, let's see, All Souls Avenue. We don't know about that. Doyle Gardens. So it's either in here or over here. Bounded by Doyle Gardens, Garden Road, and High Street. Do we see High Street and Garden Road? I don't see it. What's your reading on that then? Do we think it's this area here? College Road, Chamberlain Road. I would guess then that it must be this area here. And number one, well, there's no entry for one. Is there an entry on our clue list for one? No. Let me see what the channel says. And it says, I see High Street. It's left and up. Curved high and then a linear street. Left and up. Oh, High Street. Here we go. High Street. Okay, so High Street and Doyle Gardens. So it sounds like then it's this area that he's investing in. Or denying investing in. So maybe this is what we care about. The cricket ground is in his new area. We might want to check out. Stop in and see if anyone can tell us one thing about it. Lands owned. Look at this, though. Most of these lands are being held by the Lands Allotment Company. So July 6th article about the Lands Allotment Company developing this land. And here comes Vincent Derrick, of the president of the Lands Allotment Company, staying at this hotel for a meeting and found dead. So this really ties these together. He was meeting about this land development, and he might have been killed He might have been killed right. Right. We got his letter on the 18th. He might have been killed on the 8th. Or whatever. Yeah. Fascinating. That's very cool that this case came back to us. All right, let's keep reading here. New article. What does this mean? Rice 9D. I know we heard that D was for, like, it's not shilling, but it's the extra. He left a letter, the policeman said. Let's get on it. All right, here we go. We've got another article here. Shot her through the head. And it says, see the illustration. Here's the illustration right here. Shot her through the head. The cruel and uncalled for murder of Anna Devon by her lover, Charles Jones, near Winodham, Norfolk. Let's read this article. Charles Jones, age 24, and Anna Devon, age 17, and Julia McFarland, 18, all of Wymondham, Norfolk, went to Norwich the other day to shop. On their way back to Wymondham, Jones produced a revolver and said to Miss Devon, "Will you marry me?" With a revolver. "Will you marry me?" "Yes, right now," she replied, "if you give me the revolver." "You lie," rejoined Jones. "You promised me this before and afterward went back on me, and now I intend to kill you." He then fired 2 shots at her, one taking effect in the head and the other in the back, killing her instantly. Julia McFarland jumped from the cart and Jones followed. He warned her to keep quiet or he'd kill her too. She fell on her knees and begged for mercy, and he told her to go. Then he walked a short distance from where he had shot Miss Devon in the cart and shot himself in the head and fell dead. Oh my God. That's insanity. All right, well, people are insane. A girl's fight for life, subject of illustration. Okay, here, the Police Gazette like to do these illustrators. Look, she's being attacked by a dog. A girl's fight for life. Miss Annie McManus' desperate struggle with her father's maddened bulldog in her new home in Birmingham. Miss Annie McManus, daughter of a well-known citizen of Birmingham, was in her father's library recently when she was attacked by a bulldog. The animal fastened its teeth in her face. The young lady forced her hand into the dog's mouth and, seizing its tongue, compelled the brute to release his hold. The dog then attacked her again and again. She was about sinking to the floor when members of the family arrived and drove off the dog, which was shot. Miss McManus was bitten in more than a score of places. The maddened animal was owned by the girl's father. She is disfigured for life. Yikes. Dogs can kill you. Most dogs are nice, though. They wouldn't think of it. But dogs can kill you. Body found in Queen's Park. Another dead body? An unidentified body was found in the Grand Junction Canal near the Queen's Park gasworks. Another body in the Grand Junction Canal? Police report that they do have a witness in this case, and an arrest is expected later today. No other details are known at this time. The Grand Junction Canal near the Queen's Park gasworks. Well, that's a place we can visit. Unidentified, and the police have a witness and expect an arrest. Is this going to be a side case, or is this going to tie into our stuff? Where is the gasworks? Okay, so there's the gasworks. What do you guys think about this marker option to blur out the outside of it? I don't often go to this full screen because it's harder for me to see what you can see. But there's the gasworks. And then remember, the Grass Junction Canal is this thing here. So actually, this is quite a bit off from our hotel. This would be where the body would be found, somewhere in here. But boy, it's a bit of a coincidence, another dead body, but maybe that's where bodies go, that's where you dispose of bodies in the canals. All right, what have we got here, though? Looks what the Police Gazette has their own page 6. Is that the right term for the English papers where they have like a nude in the magazine? Page 6, I think. Anna says, nothing is a side case in this game. Everything is part of the big, messy web. And we'll go mad also and shoot each other in the head after a week. Yikes. All right. I hope it's not Rose the daughter who's the victim. Page 3, Antina says, is the pinup girls in the British magazines. Okay, favorites of the footlights. Miss Delia Stacy, who's a plump and pleasing warbler and dancer. These are going to be sort of actresses, variety dancers, risque dancers. Miss Maggie Klein, charming Marguerite, songbird and buxom queen of the variety stage. Do you see? We don't see any Wilma, unfortunately. And then we've got Miss Josephine Sadler, a charming burlesque and farce comedy artist. Okay, well, we have a connection with Sadler's. I wonder if this is going to be related to our Sadler. We haven't talked to him yet. He's the buyer for Balfour. Okay, paper continues. Here's an overview of the paper. Why isn't it zooming in? Is it not in the range? Should be in range. All right. Doesn't want to zoom in on that. All right. Sporting news and notes. I see. Maybe we're not in the good camera. From England and around the world, the Police Gazette punching bags, the finest bag ever made and used by all the professional and amateur athletes, made of the very finest leather and best of rubber, inflated bladder, large size, 1 pound 3 shilling. Someone remind me what D is. It's like the 100th of a shilling or something, but I forget what it stands for. You can get an elastic air punching bag. Anna says D is for dime. Okay. 1 pound 3 shillings 6 dime. Pence. Pence is the term I know. Okay, a necessity for the home as well as the gymnasium. They will be sent to any address in England, Wales, or Scotland on receipt of the above prices, and you can order them directly from the Police Gazette. Okay, here's a personal thing in here. Joe Darby, the champion jumper of Great Britain and who is a wonder, has issued the following sweeping challenge to our friends across the Atlantic, reprinted here for the information of his countrymen. Bolton, England, 28 August 1888. Sirs, I will jump against any man in America for £100 or £500 a side at any style of jumping. Give expenses to jump in England or take expenses to contend in America. I will back myself to beat any jumping record for stand hops or jumps with or without weights, from 1 to 20 rises, from 50 pound or upward, or will give any man in the world 18 inches at 2 hops on a jump without weights, or 2 feet and 5 hops on a jump with or without weights for the same sum. We did have a note about someone wanted 50 pounds, but I think that was a John, not Joseph, right? That was this one. It says Johnny wants 50 pounds. Okay. All right, that doesn't seem related to us. The Chester Cup was won by Daredevil, son of Robert the Devil, Fleur McIvan. Silver Spur was second and Tableau Vivant third at Chester, England on August 29th. The race is a handicap for 700 sovereigns in plate or specie at the option of the winner. Don't know what that means. Added to a sweepstakes of 20 sovereigns each. Sovereign is going to be like a gold amount of money, right? Like a pound coin, maybe. Maybe a sovereign is pound. Anna will be able to tell us. For 3-year-olds and upward, the second to receive 100 sovereigns and the third 50 sovereigns out of the stakes. The race is over the old cup course, nearly 2 miles and a quarter. Daredevil is a bay horse with several noteworthy wins to his credit, including the Dracolau Stakes, Craven Stakes, and the Northumberland Autumn Plate. Oh, looks like we got a boxing match. Up and coming, young Marco Escobedo won his bout with American Cal McCarthy in Liverpool last week, taking a 50-pound purse for his efforts in the 16-round fight. Oliver Perkins, well-known promoter and manager of the ring. Is that possible? It's related to our Lloyd Perkins? Probably not. Well-known promoter and manager of the ring announced afterwards that Escobedo has shown great improvement in all aspects of his fighting and compared him to the young Colin Kennedy. That's our boxer. So this is our murderer boxer. Tough guy. This is just confirmation of our reading that he's a boxer. Perkins hinted at the possibility of a match with either Tom Gardner or Ted Pritchard, but that seems unlikely before Escobedo has proven himself in a few more fights. He certainly does appear to be a young man to watch. Yeah. Okay. Morgan Crowther, the Welsh featherweight champion, and Tom Wilson fought on Saturday last at the Ring, London, for a 100-pound purse and 100-pound aside. In the 9th round, Wilson knocked Crowther down and all but finished him off. But the latter rallied in surprising fashion, and the battle proceeded. The end came somewhat unexpectedly in the 27th round, when Wilson, after driving his left on the mark, sent his right across the jaw and felled the Welshman like a log. The latter made a plucky attempt to rise, but fell again, and amid a scene of great excitement, Wilson was declared the winner of a stubbornly fought contest. Mr. R. Watson was the referee, and Stanton Abbott, 8-stone champion, the timekeeper. So we know our guy is involved in fixing fights. So one question you might ask was this a fixed fight? I don't know if this has anything to do with us or was a fixed fight. Important notice, the Police Gazette will not under any circumstances publish advertisements of a lewd, obscene, or fraudulent character. All advertisements of this class will be rejected, and money, if sent to us for the same, will be refunded. And Anna says a gold coin is 1 pound. So that's the sovereign is probably a pound coin is what they're talking about. Just a little way, flourishing way to talk about 1 pound, I think, is what we're saying. And it says, it's funny, the Police Gazette will not publish lewd ads, just photos. Just their own photos. Number 5 of Norgate's sensational monthly series, translated from the French of Émile Zola, Pauline's Caprice, or A Gay Girl in Gay Paris. A book that will please young and old, elegantly illustrated with photographs and colored plates. Price $2. The sensational life of Gay Paris unveiled. The illustrations are full of racy vivacity. And it says, what do you call this ad? Conservative? And Tina says the bet slips say WC. Could it be the names of these boxers? Wow, that's a nice idea. So, and Tina is saying W and C could be Wilson and Crowther. WC question mark. That's very interesting idea. And then the bet would be what round? Maybe 14th rounds. EWW. An interesting idea. How would you be indicating who you think's going to win, though? Sorry. How would you be indicating on this bet slip who you think's going to win? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the 4 and 14 are the round number. Would it be by what comes first? Like Wilson's going to be Crowther? That's how this bet would be written? Or is this W to tell you who's going to win? But then what would be W versus EW? Tom Wilson. I don't know. It's an interesting idea. Even if that was true, we still wouldn't know what to make of it. But it is a very intriguing idea. We could go to the ring and ask about the betting slips. That's a nice idea. So perhaps this probably is relevant for us to ask about the betting slips. That's a very good idea. All right. We're not done with this ad, though. Pauline's Caprice. Well, Emile Zola is a real thing, so this is going to be an ad for a real thing, I believe. Let's see. The following volumes of the series have been published. Number 1, Baccarat. Number 2, Fate of Libertine. Her Love, Her Ruin. The Devil's Compact. Pauline's Caprice. Or A Gay Girl in Gay Paris. The above books are all handsomely illustrated and are all for sale by all news dealers or will be sent by mail securely wrapped on receipt of price, 2 shillings each. Gower Street at Norgate and Company. So we could go visit them if we wanted to pick up a copy. And that's the end of the paper. And this is the Police Gazette. No personals in the Police Gazette, except for the one about the guy who wants to challenge people to jump rope. Okay. 4 hours in, we're just starting day 3 of 4. All right. Well, we got a bunch of places we want to go, and all of a sudden we're interested in Vincent Derrick more than we are Frank Kearney, who's just sent us a letter saying, I'm fine, don't worry about me. All right, where do you guys want to go? Anna says, go after Derrick first. Let's leave Kearney alone. He's fine. Rose and the Hotel, the Gasworks, another body there. Yes. Okay, so if we were role-playing it, I think, it's interesting. If we're role-playing it, we should care about scene of the crime early on. Rose has had her father dead for months, so she's not in a rush. But the body that was found at the gasworks seems important. We also want to go to the obits and see about when someone died. And our guy who died nearby, he was staying at the Queen's Park Hotel, found at the bank of the Grand Junction Canal. Business meeting. Body found in Queen's Park. Found at the Grand Junction Canal near the Queen's Park gaswork. Police report they have a witness. An arrest is expected. Okay, so we don't want to miss that. We don't want our witness to get killed. So I think we should go to the gasworks first, and maybe coroner and the local police would know about this, right? The local police have a witness. So I think we should be going to that body before that witness gets killed off, in case that's a risk. So let's go to the gasworks and see if we can't find scene of the crime. And then maybe talk to the police. Okay, 55 QP. So we're on day 3 here. $55 QP is gasworks. 164. All right, so this doesn't change going forward, but still, it's obvious that it's important for us. 164. Day 3. Oh, we're supposed to be keeping track of time. It's 9 a.m. I'm not even sure it's... Well, okay, I guess we got to keep track of time until the day runs out so we know if we get placed late. I saw them dump the body, sure enough. We're talking to the watchman of the Queen's Park gasworks. I was making my rounds. Sun was just coming up when I look across the canal and I see this wagon stopping next to the canal. I know the cemetery workmen don't start that early, so I move closer to the canal to get a better look. Sure enough, it's not the cemetery workers. It's a Shanks brewery wagon. And there are 2 men. One of them, the big one, goes around to the back of the wagon and dumps the body on the bank of the canal. I can make him out clearly. I identified him for the police. What was his name? Josh O'Rourke. Yeah, that's it. I couldn't make out the little guy. Oh, wait. I couldn't make him out clearly. What was his name? Are these 2 people talking? Why are one of them says Josh O'Rourke? He goes, yeah, that's it. I couldn't make out the little guy. He was wearing a checkered jacket, brown and green. He kept his hands in his jacket pockets all the time. He also wore a black cap pulled down over his face. So I couldn't make it out too well. But I got the number off the wagon and called the police. That's all I know. So, how do you read this? I read this as us saying we know his name. Like, this seems like we probably had expected us to go identify the dead body first. And he's saying, I couldn't make him out clearly. I could make him out clearly. I identified him to the police. Maybe this is just a typo. We say, what's his name? And then he says, Josh O'Rourke. He says, yes, that's it. I don't quite understand this part, but Shanks Brewery wagon. One goes around the back, dumps the body on the bank of the canal. I could make him out clearly. The big one goes around to the back. What was his name? Josh O'Rourke. I couldn't make out the little guy. So he sees two people. He recognized the big one, not the small one. He's wearing a checkered jacket, brown and green, kept his hands in his pockets all the time. He wore a black cap pulled down over his face. So I couldn't make it out too well. I got the number off the wagon, that's all I know. All right, well, Shank's wagon, two men. The big one was Josh O'Rourke. Small one, we don't know. Checkered jacket, brown and green. Black cap. Hands in pockets. Anna says maybe it means he had a gun threatening the big guy. Maybe. Shay says, is this why we had to leave the brewery yesterday when Zeb was talking to us? That's an interesting idea. Seems quite possible. Dumps the body. Okay. You guys don't seem concerned about this weird interaction where he tells us his name. I guess it's just a typo, awkwardly written. All right. So the witness identified it. I think my inclination would be to go to the local police station here, which has been quite useful for us in general, and see what they have to say about this body. The Queen's Park Police Station is 48 QP. 161. So I'm going to go there. 48 QP police. I want to see what they know about this. It says, 161 says, if you haven't already done so, please read clue 70. Okay. So first goes to 70. What was 70? I wonder if 70 is going to be the coroner. Oh no, 70 was... Okay. 70 was when we talked to the police about who handled the Vincent Derrick case. This reminds me, however, that so we've already done this, and we've done 138. So we did all this. We don't have to reread it. But I did want to remember that Sergeant Tompkins told us to come back if we learn... Come back if we learn about Vincent. I don't think we made a note of that, but he wanted to be involved. Of course, it could be corrupt. I don't know. But he wanted us to come back. Okay, so let's now continue reading here about what the police say about this new body. They say, yeah, we found him on the bank of the canal down by the gasworks about dawn. It's quite an ugly sight. He carried no identification, but we think it might be Peter Northrop, the Wormwood prison convict who escaped during the cricket match last Sunday. We've turned it over to Scotland Yard. The CID is investigating it now. Look at that. Just like Anna said, it's all a web. Wow. The body at the gas works. Probably Peter Northrop. Wow. Wonder how his wife's gonna like to hear that. Plus 10 minutes. So now it's 9:40. How do you like that? Peter Northrop got offed. How do you like that? Turned it over to Scotland Yard so we could learn more about it at Scotland Yard. Wow. Fascinating. And it says, but is it him really? Yeah, it's him. It's gonna be him. I want to knock on I want to visit Scotland Yard, obviously, but I also want to knock on the wife's door. Do we have to worry about, is there any time stuff that we have to worry about? We could go to the Shank Brewery. And it says, stay on the Derek case. Don't get distracted. Let's go to the Shanks Brewery before they leave town. And I wanted to go to Colin Kennedy's house before he leaves town. I'm glad I remembered. I was going to say this before, but I think I forgot. Remember we got to Colin Kennedy's house and we know he's the boxer that beat up, broke people's fingers and killed them. And we know he's planning to leave town. And I was thinking maybe if we could get over to his house before he actually leaves town, we might be able to catch him. Seems like that's not really our job here, but if you're worried about time-sensitive things, that's one of them. So I actually, since I thought of that before, I want to follow that up a little bit. Colin Kennedy was at 92 Northwest, and he had his girlfriend there too. 92 Northwest. So I'm just going to knock on his door while it's early. He's at 35. And then we'll get back to our case, but I want to see if we can catch him before he leaves. All right. So if you go to his house, quite lovely young lady answers our knock. Yes, can I help you? Perhaps you can. We're looking for Colin Kennedy. Is he in? No, I'm afraid not. I've not seen him for several days. His fiancée, Lola Nelson, stopped by early this morning and picked up some of his clothes, so I doubt he will be in today. Okay, so he's hiding out while the girlfriend picks up stuff. And then where did we find Lola Nelson? 31 EC. So I'm just going to wrap up this. 31 EC doesn't look like it's changed from yesterday. 31 EC is 50. Okay, well, nothing's changed for 31 EC, so there's no point in visiting her. Okay. Let's go to the well, let's check in. Anna says, stay on the Derek case, don't get distracted. That's our accident victim. But remember, his accident victim was July. I think we should visit the Shanks before they get killed off or leave town. We tried to visit them yesterday and we couldn't. So I think we should see if we can catch them now panicking because of the police. So 4EC is the Shanks. We're going to get back on the Derek case too. I agree it's one of the more interesting ones. Shank Brewery, 4EC 126. Just think. Try to think if there's any other place. And it says let Scotland Yard take care of them. I don't know. Scotland Yard doesn't move fast enough for us. We might be able to spot something interesting. We step into the small reception area of Shank's Brewery as the Great Eastern steams towards Liverpool Street Station. However, we meet with a most uncordial reception. Very gruff-looking, gruff-voiced man stops us. "What's your business?" "We'd like to speak with Arnold Shank. We have a few questions." "Mr. Shank's not in." "When would be a good time?" "There's no good time." With that, he ushers us out, none too gently. 5 minutes pass. Okay, so no harm, no foul. All right. And it says, shouldn't we go to Scotland Yard? Yes, I think we should. We should do this case a little slightly differently than before. And don't you want to go to Meeks and find out if this dead body really is Peter Northrop? Let's go to Scotland Yard. (9:55 a.m.) Scotland Yard. This looks interesting. "Wiggins, get into my office. All of you, get in there." This is the greeting we receive as we enter the CID offices of Scotland Yard. "What's going on, Wiggins?" "I don't know what you mean, Inspector." "I don't know what you mean, Inspector." Lestrade catches the essence of Wiggins' tenor voice, but he reverts back to his deep bass as he continues. "Everywhere I go, every case I look into, there you are or there you've been. Now what's the story?" "Inspector, we've simply been investigating the disappearance of Franklin Kearney, which was not an open case for you." "Yeah, and it still isn't." Inspector Lestrade settles behind his desk and lights a cigarette. After a couple of deep puffs, which seem to calm him, he continues. "Look, Wiggins, I know that you and Holmes have helped me in the past, and I also know that Holmes has withheld information from the Yard." "Only when he has had good reason," replies Wiggins. "Yeah, a luxury that I don't have, Wiggins. I'm answerable to the law, and it's up to the courts to bring about justice. I just bring them facts. I can't pick and choose my cases. I can't take a week in the country after an exhausting case, which is why I welcome Holmes's help whenever he offers it. I sometimes request it, so I'm more than willing to help him when I can. But I expect to be kept informed concerning cases I'm working on. Is that clear?" "Yes, sir." "All right, well, what do you know about the murder of Lloyd Perkins?" It's interesting, he thinks it's a murder and not a suicide. "Well, no more than what was in the paper, but I don't think it was a suicide." "Yeah, what proof do you have?" Sounds like this is a typo. This should be suicide. We say, I don't think it was a suicide. Oh, what proof do you have? Well, none that would stand up in court. Wiggins! He's exasperated. For a brief moment, Lestrade appears on the verge of tears. Don't you listen to what I say? I need proof, not conjecture. I happen to agree that suicide is unlikely, but I haven't found any information that would indicate otherwise. His boss said that he had been depressed for days over the ending of a love affair, but so far that has led to nothing. Oh, this is Luella. Who's the woman? Well, no one seems to know. Can you tell us anything about the body found in the canal? Well, Gregson's is at Bart's looking at the body now. We have some leads on that one. Any idea who it is? No, not yet. I've got work to do, Wiggins. Well, we'll go then. Thanks. 30 minutes. Okay. He doesn't seem to know what the body is, but we think we know from the local police at Queen's Park. And we're told that Lloyd Perkins was depressed over his love affair, which was Luella in the photograph. There was something interesting about that Luella photograph. It was framed in a silver frame, and when we went to talk to Mrs. Belfour the second time, I believe she had a whole bunch of photographs framed in silver. Now that's probably just a very common thing, right? Probably not related. Probably, right? But just keep it in the back of our mind. Okay, so he's at Bart's. Gregson's at Bart's, so that's Bartholomew, the hospital where Meeks is. So let's see. See Bart's for body. And then we're told Lloyd Perkins depressed over his love affair with Luella. We don't know who that is. We don't know how to find that person. All right, plus 30 minutes. It's now 10:25 a.m. Okay, so is Meeks at Bartholomew or Murray? I suppose we'd like to talk to both of them, really. But just let me remind myself, where's my... Meeks is 38 EC. 38 EC is Meeks, which is 240. Okay. Okay, so here we are. J3. What did I say a few days ago? That things were slow? These rhetorical questions come from Jasper Meeks as we enter his lab. Well, I sure could use a break now. Lord Goodwin? Yeah, he and Peter Northrop. Both rather grisly. Baum didn't leave much of his lordship, and I won't force upon you the gruesome inventory. What's happening here? What Baum? What's happened to Lord Goodwin? Northrop's remains may be no less gruesome. Did I go to the wrong place? Day 3, Meeks 240. Why is there a bomb happening with Goodwin? Well, Northrop's remains may be no less gruesome, but the details may be of use to you. He was badly tortured before he was murdered. Look at his fingers. Remember how Mills and Johnson had their fingers broken? Someone bent them back until they snapped. Brutal, but effective. Well, Mr. Northrop's torturer used a little more finesse. Thumb screws. Very, very painful, especially on the joints. Okay, so we've got a different person torturing Northrop, trying to find out where the counterfeit plates were, right? But what is this Goodwin thing? Let's read a little bit more. He's a lot of crushed bones. Doesn't look that tough, does he, Wiggins? Well, depends on what's at stake, I guess. Right, well, Northrop took a lot of abuse, so I guess a great deal was at stake. Look at these cuts made by a scalpel. I'd recognize that cut anywhere. This person knew what he was doing. These cuts are extremely painful, but not fatal. Well, what killed him? He was garroted. Hope you catch this one right away, Wiggins. His work looks all too familiar. We'll try. So we've got a professional killer. Garroted. Yikes. And this is scalpel cuts. Maybe a doctor being involved. We have run across one doctor. But this might be a criminal from Holmes' lore. Brian from Game Brigade has dropped in to say hello. Hello, Brian. Normally Brian comes in 5 hours in and says, "What did I miss?" Or did I miss anything? What is going on with Lord Goodwin? Is that something that's a mistake? Did Lord Goodwin get killed and I forgot? What happened with Lord Goodwin? Is there something I'm not remembering? Or is this game got ahead of us? All right, well, let's write down. It definitely was Northrop. He was tortured for the info. Surely info about the plates. About his counterfeit plates. Thumb screws, scalpel, garroted at the end by a pro. And according to Meeks, his work is familiar. It would be nice if Meeks could have told us who he's thinking about. Maybe we can go to the research Lomax and he'll tell us. Shay Smith said, I'm forgetting something. Yeah, said Vincent Derrick's wife, she had the heart issue and the doctor. Yeah, that's the other doctor we saw. And it says, okay, so Goodwin is dead now. Happened a few times already. The game thought we knew something already. Yeah, so it seems like Goodwin might be dead. Well, let's, maybe we'll solve that by going to Goodwin's office and seeing what they tell us. Where is Goodwin's office? What have we got? Lord Goodwin is at 73 Northwest. Let's go to his house and see what they have to tell us. How much time passed? It doesn't really matter so much. Let's just say a half hour passed. So now it's 10:55. Lord Goodwin. Brian, this case is kicking our ass. Northwest 14. Okay. Let's see what Lord Goodwin Okay, so if you go to see Ward Goodwin, it says, I'm sorry, you've just missed him. He's on his way to Victoria Station. Where is he going? I'm afraid I can't answer precisely. He has left for the continent and will be away indefinitely. I'm closing the house up now. All right. Well, doesn't seem like he's dead yet. That was weird. That Meeks seemed to think Goodwin was dead. And everyone else thinks he's just gone. A little premonition. What about going to the criminologist? Not Meeks, but the other guy that we sometimes talk to about about analyzing bodies. Murray. H.R. Murray is 22 Southwest. $262 is Murray. Let's see if he's anything. And then maybe it's time to go to... And it says, looks like Goodwin never arrived in Victoria. John says, maybe we're getting ahead of the game because the game expects us to explore a bunch of clues in the same area due to the travel penalty. It's an interesting idea. It did want us to go to the obits. All right, so maybe we should do what it said and go to the obits soon. But I first want to see what Murray has to say about anything found on any bodies. Okay, so Murray says, if it's before noon, go to 251. If it's afternoon, go to 121. So we are here early. Take 3 at 11 a.m. or noon. So we're going to 251. If we got here after, it would be 121. But it's before, so we're going to go to 251. $251 says, Professor Murray is not here. Says the young man who's at the sink busily washing test tubes and flasks. Won't be back until late this afternoon. Do you know where he went? No, one of Scotland Yard inspectors came this morning and got him. They went off together. Okay, so he's with Scotland Yard analyzing the body. When we come back after noon, he'll be able to talk to us. So we need to come back. All right. Might be time for a little bit of a break here. Why don't we take an 8-minute break and you guys think about where you want to go, and I'll defer to you if you've got a particular angle you want to search at. The only thing we might want to do is that let's remember the intro of this case told us to check obituaries. But other than that, you guys make some suggestions about where you'd like to go next, and we'll do that. We'll take an 8-minute break. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. We're playing the Queen's Park Affair. We've just entered into day 3 of the game, and it's day 3 of our playthrough. Okay, where were we? Anna was saying that I never go where she wants to go, and I was explaining to Brian that that Anna is our top detective. If we go everywhere she wants to go, she's going to solve this case in no time before we even have a chance to figure out what the rest of us have a chance to figure out what's going on. Okay. So let's just call it 11 a.m. All right, where would you guys like to go? Anna, where would you like to go? Everyone's gone silent in the channel. I did get a message from Jonathan saying that he may not be able to make it all of tomorrow. It's not clear to me if Jonathan was saying he can't make it Friday either. Let me know, because Jonathan is the main detective that that has been playing with me for the longest, and we were talking about taking a break for a day. So I would be inclined to have a break day if there's a day or half a day that is convenient for Jonathan, but he'll have to let me know what that is. Why is no one chatting in the channel? Has everyone gone on break? No one has any suggestion. I'm going to go ahead and make a decision myself. Brian says, I have no idea what's going on. Jonathan Warner says he's here. We have a couple of places that we want to go to before time runs out. I can look at those. There aren't that many of them. I can help us identify which ones those are. Nothing in Queen's Park. Shay Smith was busy doing other stuff. It's 3:49 a.m. here, so we've got another couple hours. At least an hour or so. Let's see. But we can go wherever we want. Anna said we were waiting for her to go, and she's disappeared on us. I hope Anna didn't really get mad. I assume she's just taking a break. I do want to visit Alice. Okay, since no one is coming up with anything better, I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping here by going to Alice and seeing if she's got the letter from Kearney. So Alice Gardner is 3 Northwest. So I'm going to go to Alice. On day 3, that's 242. Let's see if she's also got a letter. Oh, look at that. Looks like she did get a letter. Mr. Wiggins, I'm so glad that you and your friends are here. This letter just came from Frank. Alice Gardner says that she shows us the letter much like the one which was sent to Baker Street. Is this Franklin's handwriting, we ask. Yes, it is. There's no doubt that he wrote it. He called me Alice my all, and no one else would have done that. This does give me hope that he's still alive and unharmed, but he must be in some sort of trouble. I think someone has forced him to write it. I was just going to say, we have a whole bunch of people having their hands broken, being forced to do things. We didn't really consider that. And she says, I think he's in trouble. Someone's forced him to write it. Do you recognize any clues in the letter? Clues? Yes, perhaps some reference to a place or person. No, as you can see for yourself, the letter tells me only that he's out of town and not to worry. Perhaps that is the best advice at present. Okay. He's in trouble, she says. Someone has forced him to write it. I don't know if we agree with that. Like, he called her Alice my all. Would he really say that if he was in trouble? So she got letter. She thinks he's forced to write it. We're not so sure because we think he's on the run, but they might have caught him. Okay, Jonathan says, cab logs to fill time. Just give me permission to look at them later. Why keep him alive at all? Did he stumble upon the plates? I don't believe her. I think she's just like, he would tell me more if he wasn't under pressure. So I think that he's fine. And she's just jumping to conclusion. Like, how would she know if he's in trouble? But I'll tell you what we could do, since Anna is we're still waiting for Anna. We could go talk to our guy, Quentin, and see if he's also got a letter. He's a little more level-headed. He might... Sorry, I didn't mean that to sound sexist. But he's a little more level-headed. He might be more likely to pick up on something. No, but where was that? If he got a letter, he might have picked up on it. Well, where was Quentin? Quentin Hogg was at 35 EC. 35 EC doesn't look like it's changed. But it has. 35 EC. Oh wait, maybe it hasn't. 35 EC. No, it hasn't changed. So actually, nothing new at Quentin. Quentin didn't get a letter. Jonathan, you have to expound on your point about cab logs to fill time. Just give me permission to look at them later. I don't know what that means. I'm ready to go to the daughter Rose, but if I go when Anna's not here, is she gonna be upset at me for going to Rose while she's not here? All right, let's go to the daughter's house. Rose Derrick. She was at 60 Southwest. $37. She's unchanged from before, but perhaps that's understandable. How long did that last one take us? 25 minutes. Okay. So 11:25. 11:25, we're going to Rose Derrick's house. We're hoping to find all the stuff that they found with the body. I don't know why we're having such a hard time finding that. 60 Southwest. Just 37. Okay, here we go. Let's see if she's got her father's possessions that we're looking for. Rose Derrick is in her mid-20s, plain woman with a stout figure and light brown hair. She's dressed in black, which she informs us is in remembrance of her father. Still mourning her father many months later. We're sitting in her drawing room where she's reading the letter Wiggins had given to her. I don't understand. Where did it come from? That's what we would like to know. It was sent to Mr. Holmes, and we want to know if it's your father's handwriting. Oh, that's important. It looks like it to me, but you be the judge. I have some of my father's handwritten papers. Would you like to see them? Yeah, we would. We've been looking for them for a while. Rose Derrick walks over to a desk and removes some papers from a drawer and brings them to us. You can borrow them, just return them after Mr. Holmes looks at them. Thank you, that would be helpful. Do you have any idea where the letter might have come from? Or who might... Oh, we got a good stuff here. Who might have written it? No, I don't, but I'm glad that it's being looked into. I don't know whose hand held the pen, but I do know who is responsible for the letter. Who? My father. Tears well up in her eyes as she sits down in one of the overstuffed chairs. She removes a handkerchief from her pocket and dabs at her eyes. Could you explain? My father did not commit suicide. He was murdered. How do you know? Well, he told me so. Your father told you? Yes. And when was that? 2 weeks ago. Miss Derrick, I just don't understand. Your father has been dead for 2 months. Yes, I know. But nevertheless, I talked to him through Madame Roucher, the medium. Oh, responds Wiggins, rolling his eyes. A soothsayer. A medium to the next world is how I choose to look at it. Did your father tell you what happened to him? Only that he was murdered. And he didn't tell you who murdered him or why? No, only that he was murdered. And do you yourself have any theory of his death? I know that my father would never commit suicide, no matter what anybody says. The coroner just took my stepmother's word that it was financial worries that drove him to kill himself. Financial worries that she caused. Now with the insurance monies, she no longer has any financial worries, not her or her doctor friend. Do you think... It doesn't matter what I think, does it? I can't prove anything. All I know is that my father is dead and someone murdered him. You're the detectives. Why don't you tell me who did it? Please excuse me. Rose Derrick gives way to the tears she's been trying to hold back and does not respond to Wiggins' farewell. Then we've got the letter. Okay, well, we suspected the mother because when we talked to the mother, she had a complete panic attack, as if she knew she killed him, and this letter was saying that his death wasn't an accident. And then she causes financial troubles. She's got insurance monies. And it mentions her doctor friend, who we were very suspicious of as well. Her doctor was a little too familiar with her. So doctor friend, suspicious. Mother, stepmother, suspicious. And she got insurance money and caused financial trouble. So we suspect, well, not quite. She suspects the mother, but actually we found our guy is in the heart of this conspiracy with Belfour and real estate. So we actually don't really suspect the mother anymore, do we? All right, so we said, is it your father's handwriting? She says it looks like it. And then she gives us some other writings of his. Dear Sir, here's the letter we've been looking for. I've received the report of the recent death of your horse. I understand you have been greatly upset by this incident and that the loss of the animal was an emotional as well as a financial blow. While the accident did occur on property owned by the Lands Allotment Company, we in no way feel that we have been neglectful nor culpable in this accidental death. My staff has assured me that they have investigated the incident thoroughly. The facts indicate that the horse was not under human supervision at the time it fell into the excavated pit at the construction site, nor had any permission been granted to you for use of that land, which is private property. I extend to you my heartfelt sympathy and condolences at this time, but I do sincerely hope you will reconsider bringing any court action. Well, this isn't the piece of evidence. The cops told us they had this letter of resignation. Why do we not have access to that? All right, he's telling us about pit and excavation and legal action. We might want to see if we can find any legal case. Court action. Horse. So, I mean, we've seen some articles about horses and stuff. And not under human supervision. The excavation pit. I mean, it might be time to go visit the scene of the excavation at that area. But why can we not see the other pieces of evidence that he had on his body? Maybe when we talk to HR, like we were supposed to come back, right? And it's been an hour, so it's actually now 12:25. So when we visited HR Murray, he said come back after noon. So we could stop back off at HR Murray. Anna says, a horse is dead now. What comes next? Toby the dog? Everyone's dying. In this case, there's been more deaths in this case than any case I can remember. Okay, so let's add to our dense clues list. We've got dense letter from Vincent. She went to a madam. I guess we might want to write down that we could theoretically talk to Madame Roucher to see what she says. I wonder, would Madame Roucher have any reason to send that letter? It was postmarked in July, and we just got it now. That was weird also. How does it get postmarked from July and only arrive recently? Let's go back to Murray before I forget, since it's time for him to talk to us. 121. $12.25. Okay, let's see what we've got from Murray. The horse fell into a pit. Is it the development that Balfour was denying? I think it might be. Maybe you think that's why he was denying, because he didn't want to get sued for the horse? How much money are you going to lose from a horse dying? Not that much. Unless it was some racehorse worth millions. Did we actually know who the sender was? Maybe we should have read that more carefully. Dear Sir, What if it's like $1 million horse, racehorse? All right, so we might need to look more carefully and see if there's a lawsuit that was filed. If in fact it was some $1 million racehorse, that would be reason why Belfour might deny. But he didn't deny owning it. He just denied that he was going to develop on that property. Check horse lawsuits. All right, now McMurray 121. Okay, we've got a longish entry here. Let's read what Murray says to us. Wiggins, I'm busy. What do you want? Says an annoyed Murray as we enter his laboratory. Make it short. Well, there were 2 murders. Yes, Northrop and Lord Goodwin. Nothing to tell you about Northrop, no physical evidence. Check with Meeks if you haven't done so already. Now, with Lord Goodwin, there is something interesting. Murray picks up a sheet from his desk and walks over to us. Have you heard about the bomb that exploded at the cricket match last Sunday? Well, yes, we have. Well, the explosive used in that bomb is the same as that used on Lord Goodwin's carriage. It's a trinitrophenol-based explosive, which is common enough. But when it is combined with potassium salt, one of the hydrogen molecules is replaced with that of a potassium molecule. That makes all the difference. Beautiful stuff, easily detonated by friction or percussion. Interesting. What does it tell us? Wiggins, you're going to have to follow Holmes's example. If you're going to be anything more than a hound dog that can talk, I'm sure that Holmes would know that this is a formula developed by Viel in France 6 months ago. The French government is the sole manufacturer. 6 weeks ago, at the Dieppe Armory was broken into and some of the explosives stolen. In other words, Wiggins, this is not your common everyday gunpowder. Again, interesting, but Wiggins, I don't have time to train you. Because of the help Holmes has given me in the past, I'm willing to help you when I can. But you must do your own thinking. I don't know what this all means. Obviously, someone went to a great deal of expense to acquire some of this explosive. And I don't think they did so just to play a joke at the cricket match or to murder an insignificant lord. But I think we can assume it was the same person or persons who were responsible for both acts. Now go, Wiggins. I have work to do. Anna says what I was thinking as well. France. This is Moriarty connection. Moriarty is the person who's got connections in France. Okay, so Lord Goodwin's carriage has been blown up. I don't know why we haven't heard of it yet. Exploded by French government explosive. We might check the French embassy. French government explosive 6 weeks ago. Stolen. Same chemicals, same people, and people in the cricket bomb, smoke bomb. So whoever broke out Northrop probably killed Lord Goodwin, which makes us think Moriarty. Okay. And I'm going to put here, maybe check French embassy. Where is the French embassy? Let's just look if it's a location even worth looking at. French embassy is 59 Southwest, which isn't an entry in our clue point. Jonathan says, so there's another explosion planned. Is that how you guys read it? More still out there? Oh, I see. That didn't occur to me that there's more planned. I'm very curious how we find Lord Goodwin. I mean, why isn't it in the news? Why aren't we being told about it? We could try going to Victoria Station where he was going in his carriage. Would that have been where the explosion occurred? Where is Victoria Station? I'm sort of curious to sort of wrap up the part about how it's weird that we're getting this information without hearing about it. I'd like to hear about it. Waterloo, Charing Cross. Who can remind me where Victoria Station is? I suppose I could just look it up. What are they going to blow up next? Are they going to blow up Parliament? Victoria Station is 37 Southwest. Let's just see if that's on our lists that we could go to if we wanted to. 37 Southwest is on our list. So we're told that Lord Goodwin went to Victoria Station. It's one of the places that 37 Southwest is a place we don't know what it is. So now we do. Now it's on our clue list. Let's go to Victoria Station and see what we see. Victoria Station. "37 Southwest" is clue 6. All right, let's put it on our map. No, that's Southwest. I do not remember. Oh, there it is. I do not remember a game of Sherlock Holmes which has such volume of clues. Anna says, it feels like we're trying to solve an entire Sherlock Holmes consulting detective box, all 10 cases at once. That is exactly how it feels. That's how it feels to me. Like we are solving a full box of 10 cases all at once. There's like no breathing space. There is no time to catch our breath. All right, here we are. I think this is where we were supposed to somehow go first. A large crowd is gathered outside Victoria Station with a number of constables trying to maintain order. A growler, or what is left of one, is still smoldering in front of the station. As the workers clean up in the aftermath of the explosion, "Thompson, Thompson," Wiggins calls out to one of the constables. "Hello, Wiggins." Thompson walks over to us. "Looks like a real mess. Oh, could have been worse. There weren't many people around. His lordship was the only one to go up in a puff of smoke." "Any idea who did it?" "No, no one saw it. Lord Goodwin's driver was in the station checking on his ticket." "Where was he going?" "Oh, the boat train to Paris." He was getting on a boat train to Paris. The driver was in the station. That's pretty convenient. If he was getting on, oh, he was the one who was scared, right? Lord Goodwin was the one who didn't want to mess with Moriarty. And then he gets killed by Moriarty. Jonathan says, did we check the obituary clue yet? Maybe it's where the game first wanted us to go. Yeah, let's do that. So Lord Goodwin, let me just make my note here. Lord Goodwin blown up. Here's where he was actually blown up, where we could have learned about it. And then boat train to Paris. Okay, now let's back up and do what the introduction suggested of us. It said, remember, the Central News Agency has obits. Okay, so Central News Agency. Shay reminds us that Goodwin is also the one who was moving stuff out in boxes. So yeah, he was scared, and he had every right to be scared, it seems. Central News Agency is 63 EC. Okay, so it's one more. Why haven't we gone to the Punch and Judy yet? Oof, we should have gone there early. Tried to find Mills before he gets killed. That wasn't smart. We should have been tracking Mills down before he got killed. 63 EC is the Central News Agency. I think we need to divert and find Mills before he gets himself killed by Belfour's people trying to get their jewels back. So let's put a pin in Central News for a second and follow up our Mills leads. So the first place we wanted to check out was Punch and Judy's, where he hangs out, right? Okay, let's do that. Remember to come back to the Central News Agency. Okay, Punch and Judy. 73 WC. 73 WC is 39. Doesn't look like it's important, but maybe someone can direct us there. I'll be bollocksed if I sell out to that bloody brewery. It's a fair price. We're the only ones in the pub other than the two men behind the bar. They're engrossed in conversation and do not notice us until Wiggins gets their attention. You're a bit early, mates. Can't serve you yet. Have you seen Donald Mills? Donnie Mills? Not in the last couple days. Have you seen Donnie Mills, Ollie? He was in for a minute Tuesday. Not since. Do you know the name of his girlfriend? Yep, Edna Whelan. She's an actress, a real beauty. Isn't that right, Ollie? She certainly is, Stanley. So Anna was right that the Edna was the Edna Whelan in the newspaper. And we've also got a little comment here about it's a fair price to sell to the brewery. So they're talking about a pub selling to brewery. And he's saying, I'm not going to sell out to the brewery. And he says it's a fair price. Edna Whelan. Okay, well, we know where Edna Whelan is she's in the newspaper. Unfortunately, she's in the newspaper at the Prince of Wales, and we can't find the Prince of Wales Theatre on the map, but it's got two places where what? Premium proscenium box to hold 8 persons for 1 guinea. Does anyone understand what these two addresses are? Prince of Wales Theatre, Edna Whelan in a Run of Luck. And then you can get a large proscenium box to hold 8 people for 1 guinea. But then you've got two places, Mitchell's Royal Library. Oh, it's just one place. Mitchell's Royal Library, 68 Old Bond Street. No, 2 addresses. And City Office, number 83. All right, let's try 68 Old Bond Street. Well, we've got 2 places, so 68 Old Bond or 83 Bishopgate. Let's try the first one, 68 Old Bond. Well, we know all the theaters are typically here, so let's see if they're here. '68, that's not Old Bond Street, although we've already been there anyway. Let's see, where's another 68? 68 Old Bond Street right here. All right, well, let's see if 68 Northwest is a location of ours. 68 Northwest is not a location of ours, so we can't go there. All right. That's weird. 68 Northwest. Well, what's 83 Bishopgate Street? Let's find that. I don't know why we're having such a hard time finding this theater. So, 83, let's see if it's in the theater district. 83, no. It sounds like a neighborhood down here. Southwark Bridge Road, no. Bishopgate Street. It's 82. '83 Bishopgate. Okay, so 83 EC is the other area. 83. No, wait, we looked her up. We had her address. Didn't we? I think now that we know her address, we can find her by address. Let's just see if she's at 83 EC. Okay, 83 EC is a location, though. So we could... No, it's not. Is it 83 or 88? 83. Okay, 83 EC is not on our address, so we can't go there. But we have her address. So maybe we can just find her. Or maybe we're just making it complicated for ourselves. Whelan. Yeah, Edna Whelan's at 56 Northwest. I don't know why we overcomplicated it. 56 Northwest. Edna Whelan. Looks like it's at least 1 p.m. 56 Northwest. West, Edna. Okay, well, surely that's going to be an entry. Yes. Okay, 56 Northwest goes to 53. Finally, let's track her down. Whoa, look at this. Get ready. Please help! Get an ambulance! The shouts come from a room at the end of the hall. We follow Wiggins down the hall at a run. We come to an open door that leads into a room from where the shouts emanate. A young woman is in the middle of the room, leaning over the body of a man. Wiggins rushes to the body and examines it. He's alive, says Wiggins. Get the police and a doctor. Are you Edna Whelan? Yes, replies the young woman. And him? Donald Mills. This is why we wanted to get to him quickly before he got killed off. What happened? Donald and I were having tea when there was a knock at the door. I answered it, and there was a large man. He asked for Donald. I thought he must have been one of Donald's friends. I asked him in and called for Donald, but when Donald saw him, he ran towards that chair. She points to a chair at the door. Donald had set a black bag there when he arrived, the jewels. The big man was only steps behind him. Donald got the bag, got it open, pulled a gun out. But the big man was upon him. He grabbed the gun, tore it out of Donald's hand, and flung it across the room. She points to the far side of the room where we see the gun lying on the floor. Well, then he hit Donald very hard in the face. He was very fast for a man his size. He hit Donald again and again. I tried to stop him, but he pushed me away like I was a kitten. Then he brought his fist down upon Donald's head like a hammer. Donald crumpled to the floor. The man picked up Donald's bag and walked out. Do you know what was in the bag? No, Donald was very mysterious about it. He kept saying it was our passport to happiness. Doesn't look like it now. At this point, a policeman and 2 ambulance attendants arrive. While the attendants place Donald on the stretcher, the policeman questions Miss Whelan, getting the same story we've just heard. What hospital are you taking him to? The policeman asks the attendants. Middlesex. The attendants carry Mills out, accompanied by Miss Whelan. The Bow Street policeman asks us a few questions before he continues in his course of interviewing the other residents of the apartment house. Wow. So the boxer, which we know is Colin Kennedy, found his man. He had to break some fingers to get the brother to tell on him, but the brother said after a few broken fingers, you can find Donald with his girlfriend, and the boxer went, beat him to death almost, and took the jewels. I wouldn't mind getting that gun, just in case. Okay, so Donald Mills, beaten mostly to death. And we think boxer has the jewels. We know it wasn't empty because he told his girlfriend that that bag was the secret to their happiness. She says, doesn't look like it, does it? Okay, and then Donald taken to Middlesex Hospital, where maybe we could catch up with him, but I don't see how that helps us, right? I mean, we can check, but, and then 45 minutes have passed, plus 45 minutes. I mean, the thing is, he's got no information we need, right? We know everything about how they robbed it. We know exactly who stole it back from him. I feel like there's nothing for us to learn from him. Even if he could talk, and he's probably on deathbed. But we could see if we can talk to him just for the fun of it. Middlesex Hospital is 10 Northwest. Let's see if there's an entry for that. There is an entry. We could try to go talk to him if you like. Let me go put a map of this place where Elena lives. 56 Northwest. She lives in a pretty good neighborhood. Upper Bond Street. Well, we can find out if he's connected to Moriarty or not, says Anna. Nah, we don't need to go there. All right, I'm just kidding. We'll go there. We'll go there. We'll just see if he can talk. I wouldn't be surprised if he can't talk. And if he can talk, I don't think he's related to Moriarty, but I could be wrong. So let's go to the hospital. Why not, right? I don't know. Do you want to wait till he has a chance to wake up? Let's update some entries here. 10 Northwest is Middlesex Hospital. And while I'm here, I can update that 56 Northwest is Edna Wheeler, or however you spell her name. All right, who wants to go to the hospital? Anna says maybe tomorrow he'll wake up. If you think he's involved with Moriarty, he might be murdered in his hospital bed. Moriarty seems to be clearing up and stuff. So let's see. Does it change? Let's see. This is our little semi-cheat thing. 10 Northwest doesn't change tomorrow. Tomorrow it's the same. So you could look at it either way, but we don't have to rush to go there. Hey, you know who I want to talk to? I want to talk to Sadler, the buyer, but we also have the Bon Marché place. Let's go to the Bon Marché where the explosives might have been bought, or the ball to put explosives in might have been bought. There's so much to do in this game. It's insane. It's almost like, Jonathan says, let's go to the obituaries. Yeah. You know, Anna said what I was thinking, that it feels like these are 10 cases all combined into one. But it's almost like there's 10 cases all in one. But if you play it the official way, you just pick one to solve. Weird. Okay, let's back up and do the obituaries at the Central News Agency. And then we'll decide what to do next. Wow, everyone is getting killed in this game. Where's our Central News Agency? Oh, I tore it off. Okay. 63 EC Central News. All right. Central News Agency, J3, 63 EC is 143. Okay. Let's see what's at the Central News Agency. This is pretty cool. Okay. Here are some of the biographs that you asked for. Julius Benedict, born 15 March 1845. So I think these are information. This is almost like the archive. These aren't people who died yet. These are people who they're keeping biographies on in case they die. So Julius Benedict, these are all the upper class people that they have some information about. So Julius Benedict is in our case. He's one of the Marleybone people. We know this about him. But look, there's a whole bunch of more information. In fact, it takes 2 hours to come here. 2 hours to get this information. Another dense clue. All right, what jumps out at us here? Here's Lord Goodwin. Large land holdings in London. Dartmoor and Ireland, involved in London redevelopment. Clive Dornan. We haven't talked to him yet, I don't think, but we really need to. There's Sir Miller Brandon. We need to talk to him. We think he might be the guy who killed Perkins. There's Jack Knox. We haven't talked to Jack Knox at all. Vincent Needham. Here's our Lloyd Perkins. Ah, this could be useful because we're trying to find his old lost love, right? Luella. Let's see the different positions he was in. Wow. He worked at Worthington. Then he was the head accountant at Shanks. That's why I think his coded message might be business accounts. And then Rigby and Company. Maybe that's where he met Llewellyn. And graduated London University College. Maybe that's where he met Llewellyn. Or Luella. Morgan Pickering. And there's David Sadler, who's the buyer for Balfour. Okay, the channel has corrected me on a couple things. We did talk to Knox in his bank. He denied the article. Okay, fair enough. But I wonder if this isn't how we're going to find Lloyd's heartbreak. We've been to Shanks, we've been to Worthington, although going back to Worthington's not a bad idea. We've got London Bank account records to understand his codes, perhaps. But what about Rigby and Company? Is that where he might have met his person? Rigby and Company is 1 Southwest. One Southwest is Rigby. London University College. Maybe he met her there. She might know a little bit about his codes, right? We might get lucky and find someone who knows how to read his codes. 43 WC. WC is London College. Let's see if any of those places are on our lists. One Southwest is not, so we can't go to Rigby and Company. What about 43 WC? Nope. Oh, that's a shame. I really thought that was going to be... I really thought that was going to be it. I thought we were going to be able to find his girlfriend there. That's surprising to me. 43 WC. Nope. Well, I thought that's where we were going to get information about him. Well, we could go back to Worthington Bank. Maybe it's time to go back to Worthington Bank. We're obviously going to have to come back to this later. But nothing else jumps out at me. I mean, they're all involved. They all have their hands deep in this real estate mess. I just don't know. Plus 2 hours, so it's now 3:45 p.m. Oh, there's so many places still to go. All right, where would you guys like to go next? Anna says it's mostly land and a little bit of beer. All these people, yeah. We haven't been to Theakston Brewery yet at all, but maybe we got to concentrate on our... Is anything time sensitive now? Is anything time sensitive? People are getting bombed. Shouldn't we visit Balfour's office again? The hotel where Derek died? Okay, let's do that. Let's not forget to visit Balfour, though. But yeah, let's go to the hotel. Let's investigate Vincent Derek a little more. He's actually one of the more compelling cases of all this, because we don't know if he's good, bad. Okay, so we're going back to Queen's Park. It's always nice to be able to swap this out. This actually, as a little aside here, you know, normally I sort of tape down whatever map we're going to play with. Most of the time I'm taping down a Sherlock Holmes map. But having it on these little things that I can bring out actually keeps it from moving around and makes it easy for me to make room. This was actually a nice win. I got to add this to my topics on my next video, gadgets and tricks. Okay, let's go to 85, which was the hotel. The Queen's Park Hotel, where our guy was staying the night when he was found dead. Let's see, and where was 85? It was over here. There it is, 85. Okay, Queen's Park Hotel. Queen's Park Hotel, day 3. Gets us to 63. Okay, here we go. Yes, sir. Would you like a room? We have some vacancies with marvelous views of the canal. Yeah, where all the bodies go, right? No, I'd like to talk to someone about Vincent Derek. I got a few questions. Oh dear, that was a messy affair, which I'm sure we'd all rather simply forget about. But if you must ask your questions, I can probably answer them as well as anybody. As I was working the desk and I've already answered all the questions of the police. I must say, you don't look like the police. Well, we're private detectives, assistants to Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Okay, and what is it you wish to know? Whatever you can tell us, actually. Did you know Mr. Derek? Did he stay here often? Did you notice anything out of the ordinary on the night of his death? Mr. Derek was a regular, albeit not terribly frequent guest. As you must certainly know, he was president of the Lands Allotment Company. Occasionally, business would detain him in Queen's Park, and he would stay the night instead of traveling back to the city. The night in question was a Friday, and I gather there was to be a lengthy meeting on Saturday of the boards of the Lands Allotment Company and other of Mr. Balfour's business interests. Mr. Balfour frequently booked our larger rooms for his business meetings. Mr. Derek checked in late in the afternoon. He dined with several business associates in one of our private dining rooms. Later that evening, he rang for the valet. He gave them his suit to be pressed and his boots for polishing. They were his only suit and boots, as he was only staying the one night. But it was certainly strange for him to be wandering around outside without them. with just his slippers and dressing gown. No one saw him leave, and the room was not disturbed in the least. I wonder if he could have been sleepwalking. Terrible shame at any rate, and deaths are never good for business. I can't think of anything else to tell you. Well, you've been most helpful, thank you. Okay, so he sent out his clothes, so his suit. That's why if he was killed, they couldn't put him in his suit. It was not there. He thinks he was sleepwalking, maybe. He was a regular. I explained why he did it. The night in question was a Friday, so I guess, like, he disappeared, he died on a Friday. Was it before his meeting or afterwards? The night in question was a Friday. There was to be a lengthy meeting on Saturday. So meeting for Saturday. We still don't know the date, but we know he was killed the day before the meeting. That's very suspicious, right? There was to be a lengthy meeting on Saturday of the boards of the Lands Allotment Company. It's time to go back to the Lands Allotment Company and ask them about Derek Vincent, I think. Where is our Lands Allotment Company? Lands Allotment Company is 50 QP. I don't know how long that was. I'm going to assume it was half an hour. Okay, 50 QP Lands Allotment. Let's see what they have to say about him. And then maybe we should look into the grounds where he was, do we know where he was found? Outside the hotel in the canal. Okay, but we know what Belfour land. Okay, 50 QP. Let's go catch. Let's see what they say about Derek. $2.52. Then maybe we'll take a break. All right, let's see what they're going to say about this meeting where he got killed, if we can ask him about it. As we enter the chamber of Sir Miller's office, our way is blocked by two very large men. We'd like to speak with Sir Miller, if we may, says Wiggins. Sir Miller's in a very important meeting and can't be disturbed. What's your name? My name is Wiggins. When do you expect the meeting to be finished? The man who's been doing the talking runs his finger down a very short list of names before answering. I don't see your name on this list, mate. Sir Miller will be busy all day. 15 minutes passed. So they're not going to let us see him. Sir Miller, busy. We think Sir Miller might be the brandy that killed our guy. If so, maybe we should look at the biographies again and see if Sir Brandy Miller has any clues for us. Sir Miller Brandon graduated London College. Liberator Building, that's the same thing where Belfour works. We're going to have to visit Belfour sooner or later. I think we should visit Belfour now. So Belfour is at 11 QP. I don't know if it's changed recently. It may, though. Liberator. 211. I mean, Belfour is our center of our entire case, so it makes sense that we should be visiting him fairly early each day and get information about him that we might need to follow up on. After a short wait, we're ushered into the private office of Mr. M. Jabez Belfour. The dwarfish man with the satyr's beard, he's got a big beard. We should remember that. In case someone describes a short man, if they don't describe his big giant beard, it's not him. Is this a clue? Hold on. This is important for us. If Balfour has a big beard, is this not a way for us to differentiate whether he was the nasty man with Northrop? Because I think that nice waitress that Wiggins made a date with, she didn't mention him that the nasty old man had a big satyr's beard, right? I think that's like a big beard, So I think that means that confirms for us what we kind of thought, that he wasn't the man there. His attitude does not appear to be as friendly as it was during our initial visit. Anna says it's a little goatee, not a big beard, but I agree, he wasn't the one in the tea room. Okay. How did I voice his voice before? Mr. Wiggins, I understand you've been looking into my affairs. I was not aware that they are your concern. Well, sir, as we told you before, we're just trying to locate Franklin Kearney, and we know you're anxious to have your wife's jewels returned, so now you listen to me, young man. Kearney's a friend of mine, and I want him found as much as you do. But I can assure you that I know nothing about his disappearance. Furthermore, it could not possibly have anything to do with my business concerns, and as for the theft of my wife's jewels, that is a matter for the police. I do not want to take any chances with amateurs bungling the investigation. I don't want to have to ask you again, Mr. Wiggins. Stop meddling in my affairs. Good day. So he just tells us to piss off. Well, it's time for a break. We've been going for 6 hours. I think we might consider wrapping it up. It's up to you. We could go another hour or we could wrap it up. I'm going to leave that up to you. Please offer your opinion in the chat, whether you want to go 1 more hour or stop. Jonathan has to let me know what his schedule looks like for Thursday and Friday so we know whether to meet again tomorrow for our soft day or a full day or Friday. Please let me know in the chat during the break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Welcome back. You're watching Co-op for Two. It's 5 a.m. here, Thursday, December 29th. We're approaching the end of the year. We were just talking on the chat. Even before today's session, I was saying how exhausted I've been at the end of these cases. It's just this particular case is like there's not a moment to pause and catch your breath. Like the feeling of having so much to churn through, this case is just overwhelming. There's never a pause in the action. People are dying left and right. We've got time limits. So we've come to a decision. We're going to end the evening here after 6 hours. We've been playing these 6 or 7 hour sessions, but they're really intense 7 hour sessions. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to look at the cab ride log, just look at it so Jonathan can get a copy of it. Then we're going to end our session today here. And then tomorrow, Thursday, which is really today because we're in the AM in Thursday, but today at 11 p.m. for our fourth session, we're going to do a half session. So we'll meet still at 11 p.m. on Thursday, but we'll do a half session. Maybe we'll play 3 hours or so, 3 or 4 hours. Then we'll meet again on Friday at 11 p.m. again, and maybe do another half session on Friday. We'll see. And then we're going to have to break for New Year's celebration, and we'll meet again either on the night of the 1st at 11, or the night of the 2nd at 11. I'm not sure. I have to see what Jonathan and Anna and Shay and all of the people who really who've been staying with us. So, half session tomorrow, either half or full session on Friday. I'm not sure. It may depend on where we are in the case, whether it makes sense to finish it up, push for a couple more hours to finish it up or not, and how we feel. And then we're going to have to meet again after New Year's. There's no doubt about it. But on one hand, it'll be nice because we'll have a break, a couple days to chew over stuff before the final push. So let's look at the cab records. Let's go to the West Central, 5 West Central, and get our cab records for yesterday. So 135. Okay, so 135, we know this is how the cab records work. When you go here, you get a chance for every day prior. So we're on Friday. So now we can look at yesterday's cab records, which are the new ones for us, which are at clue 170. And here they are. Here's the first half of the records. So Jonathan, you can get a screenshot of that. Jonathan is saying that he wants to take a look at how Gaslight did it. I believe Gaslight had, well, I don't remember how it did, but Jonathan, Gaslight had 1 day of cab log, not 4 days worth. All right, and then we've got a second half. Here's the second half, which I can skip up so that you can see it a little bit better. Probably once we get a hang of, or Jonathan's doing some work on this, but once we know like Belfour's house and this is all in London, so I don't see people coming, I guess, to Queen's Park, but he's got a house in London. So once we know the couple of people we really care about, it might be easier to track every time they move. All right, so there's our cab records, and now we're going to stop. Anything else? Jonathan says sometimes the streets are actually in QP. I guess maybe they are. Maybe they are. More deaths, more bodies, more tangled web. Everyone's wrapped up at once. Now all of a sudden Kearney is fine. The person who started this whole case is now writing saying he's fine. Fiance thinks he's in trouble. I'm not so sure. Now we've got more dead bodies. How is this guy who's got killed, how did he know to write a letter? Very strange. It'll all make sense, I have a feeling. All right, so we're going to see each other tomorrow at 11 p.m. for a half session. Anna says January 1st and 2nd are good for me. Shay says the first time's better for me. I go back to work on the 2nd, but shouldn't miss too much. Okay, Jonathan, you've got to let me know when works for you, the 1st or the 2nd. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow for half session at 11 p.m. Get some sleep. Talk to you tomorrow.